Absolutely.
It is money that can be saved, by doing the right things. I keep saying it. If we apply the right principles of petroleum economics to our oil and gas sector, there's no reason why a liter of petrol should not be 200 naira. There's no reason, and it will still be profitable. There's no reason why a liter of diesel should not be 200 naira. There's no reason why a liter of kerosene should not be 200 naira. All the products sold at the pump can be sold clearly under 300 naira, even today. You get the point? We have a lot of challenges that are extraneous, to the process, but they are also self-inflicted. The current exchange rate of the naira to the dollar is extremely, extremely artificial and completely shameful. You get the point? Right. But it keeps deteriorating on a daily basis. The fundamentals have not changed. So what has changed? Why would the currency lose, almost 1,000 naira, or a little over 1,000 naira within the space of 1 year?
Yes.
Because we're at war or what? But there are people managing this whole process on a day-to-day basis, and they're still congratulating themselves and really nice achievements, in quote. What is it? And when are we going to get the act right and then run this country efficiently? The knowledge is there, the people to get it done are there, but nobody cares. Nobody listens to those who are supposed to make policy for this country, and it's really, really, really painful.
All right. How much of a game changer do you think that the arrival of the Dangote refinery would really make? A lot of people have said that what is happening to Dangote right now is probably few persons who are gaining from this so-called subsidy scam are the ones trying to stop Dangote, from getting the crude in naira. Some others have also said that Dangote did not do his job very well, his due diligence as to, where to get his crude at the end of the construction of the so-called Dangote refinery. I don't know if you feel, if you have that sentiment as to which side of it will tilt. Then secondly, if Dangote refinery is allowed to come on board, what changes specifically and significantly will it have in our oil and gas sector?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. The decision of any investor to cite a project of that magnitude anywhere is a mix of several factors. I believe that, Dangote has done well in terms of investing locally. And setting up the biggest single train oil refinery in the world in Nigeria should ordinarily be a plus for Nigeria. And in an unconstrained environment, that should be able to leapfrog the economy. First of all, we're supposed to see the savings, that come from having that right here, because the cost of shipment outwards of the crude and the cost of shipment inwards of the crude should at least be removed from the process. It should also have multiplier effects in terms of creating employment, for our many highly qualified engineers, and people who should be working in the oil and gas sector, but who are right now doing nothing. The third impact should actually be on foreign exchange. There's no reason why a refinery that is locally located here should be buying crude oil in dollars. In fact, there's nothing sacrosanct about the currency in which crude oil is traded. So I've always advocated that, crude oil should always be sold in naira, to at least those who are refining locally. You get the point? And that will help to strengthen the naira, and it will also help to drastically reduce the pressure, that is put on the naira, because the demand for naira is now exacerbated, by the amount of dollar that is required to bring in finished products. But all of those ones are meant to be saved, by the location of the Dangote refinery. And hopefully, when the NMTC refineries finally begin to work, if they ever get to work. But having said that, the refinery business is completely a business venture that is supposed to be all-encompassing, and it's just a process of getting crude.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Let's start with the headlines. ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission to tackle power issues. Prices of some foodstuff drop in Southeast. Ezinano community in Anambra State set to stop cult activities in the area. The ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission, EERC, held a stakeholders engagement and consultation on the Commission's draft regulatory instruments. The event, which is the first of its kind in the state, drew key participants in the Nigerian electric power sector. It was a platform for the review of draft regulations such as licensing, traffic methodology, captive power generation, and customer service standards and protection. Governor Peter Mba was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said their vision of improving the quality of various utilities in the state cannot be fully realized without reliable power supply. According to the governor, the supply of pipe-borne water, improved security, education, and health care delivery services, and an enabling environment for business development, job creation, and economic growth can only be possible if there is reliable power supply in the state. The Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the ENUGU State Electricity Regulatory Commission, EERC, Chijioke Okonkwo, emphasized the Commission's commitment to proper regulating electricity supply and developing a robust electricity market, as well as ensuring universal access to electricity in Enugu State. Enugu State Government thus has taken advantage of Electricity Act 2023 and initiated an Electricity Regulatory Commission, the Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, which will regulate the system and guarantee safe standards, work with developers to develop a robust electricity supply, and turn the state's electricity market to be commercially viable. Later on in the program, we will be joined by the Commissioner Market Operations EERC, Barrister Ruben Okoye. That's later on. The prices of some foodstuffs such as tomatoes, onions, sweet potatoes, and new yams, gari, have recorded significant drop in major markets in the southeast. A survey carried out in the market within Owerri metropolis showed that the prices of some farm produce dropped. Some commodity prices have gone higher, while some prices remain constant and unchanged. The price of a bucket of beans came down from 10,000 to 8,000 and 7,500 naira, depending on the type of beans. However, the price of local rice still goes for between 70 and 75,000 naira. In about the commercial city of Abia State, foodstuff sellers at the Ayohuru market attributed the drop in prices to the harvest season. The Ezinano community of Awka, capital city of Anambra, has taken up arms against cults and other criminal activities among the youths in the area. To this end, the leadership of the community have organized a symposium designed to bring an end to the menace which has continued to claim the lives of its vibrant and productive youth as a result of clashes among rival cult groups. Correspondent Ndu Okbaleze reports.
Of cultism in Awka metropolitan city. Ezinano community is made up of 20 out of the 33 villages of Awka, hence it bears a greater percentage of crime and its fallout in the capital city. In his address on the occasion, the convener and a community leader in Awka, Chief Jeff Nweke, said the community would set apart a date in December 2024 for reconciliation and renunciations. stating that those who refuse to denounce cultism stand denied of all benefits accruing to Ezinano people. He cautioned the people against aiding and abetting criminals by hiding their identities, pointing out that rushing to carry their dead bodies from the scene of shooting by rival cult groups or security agencies gives the bad boys some kind of undeserved honor, thereby encouraging more people to take to cultism. Chief Nweke asked for a deep-rooted solution to the menace through counseling and other appropriate guidance, instead of what he called the security operatives concentrating on arrest and incarceration of the suspects.
It's absolutely important and necessary that we work in synergy, in understanding, and then you understand. And I told one of the policemen, I said, listen to me, if the only solution that you have with our boys is on how to get them or kill them or incarcerate them without any correction, then let that solution go away. There must be correction. And these things can only be done if we get them, if we incarcerate them, and put up a program that is going to work as a deterrent, and then rehabilitation program. And I know that these security agencies cannot provide all these things alone without collaboration of the community.
Anambra State Police Commissioner Nnage Obono Etan, represented by ACP Operations Aniet Eyo, commended the community for the initiative, even while expressing reservations with the low turnout of youths at the symposium. CP Etan, who lectured the audience on cultism, said they dwell in secrecy are mainly founded on superiority-inferiority complexes, which later on end up in acts of retaliation.
Whatever happens in the general community is not happening only in that community alone. But I'm happy, we are happy, and Nigeria police is happy that the general community decides to come out in the open and cry out that there is something wrong somewhere in our community. So we need to solve that problem. And that is why we are here. I would have been very happy if, as you came, you carried one or two of your children along, so that when they are listening to us, when you get back, you will drag it here and say, you were with me there. Did you hear what was told?
The director, Anambra State Directorate of State Security, represented by Onyedika Nwachukwu, said that community engagement is key to sorting out bad eggs with a view to changing their mindsets. He harped on rehabilitation and reintegration of those ready to renounce, adding that they need empowerment to change to better lifestyles.
Other measures would include collaboration with institutions to integrate cultism in education in schools and formation of anti-cult units. Also, in the community development projects, which is important to address the problem of poverty, inequality, social exclusion, which contribute to cultism.
The Deputy Commandant of the Nigerian Civil Defense and Security Corps, Anambra State, Francis Obinna, who shared the views of other speakers on reforming the youths, called for self-introspection to speak the truth to oneself, as well as readiness to renounce cultism from onwards.
To these people, remember that there's no gain in violence. That's what of that sensitization. Our synergy are all going to work with the communities to achieve this.
Donatus Ojika of the Police Campaign Committee Against Cultism and Other Crimes addressed the gathering on how his group fights cultism and other crimes using non-kinetic approaches. He said the group is going around schools and churches to persuade people to manage their emotions positively, with a view to reducing crime rate in society. With the agenda now set by Ezinano community in combating crime and cultism in Awka, it is hoped that a saner society will be achieved in the near future by the Awka capital city and Anambra State in general. Ndo Okbaleze, Signature TV News.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Imo Command, has commended retired Assistant Commander of Narcotics, Chief Philip Ihechu, for projecting the image of the agency positively and serving the country well. Deputy State Commander, NDLEA, Imo Morris Obona, gave the commendation during a ceremony organized in honor of EHU on Tuesday, November. Bona praised EHU for his dedication, hard work, and commitment to fighting illicit drugs in Nigeria, describing him as a true patriot who gave his all to the service of the nation. He described the EHU as a shining example of what it means to serve with integrity, passion, and dedication. In his remarks, EHU said it was fulfilled to have had the opportunity to serve the country. EHU also urged for more funding for the NDLEA to improve its output, commended the NDLEA for providing him the platform to serve the nation, and also thanked God for preserving his life to see his retirement day from the civil service. The Abia State House of Assembly has screened and confirmed the chairman and some members of the Abia State Independent Electoral Commission sent to it by Governor Alex Oti. The development was announced on the floor of the House by the Deputy Speaker, Augustine Okezie, who presided over the day's plenary. Professor George Chima was confirmed as the chairman, while Dr. Kelechi Okere, Joseph Uzoma Akara, Nkendirim Kalu, and Betta Ehumadu were confirmed as members of the electoral body. According to the Deputy Speaker, the other two nominees, Ekele Queen Achuchogo and Onyemoche Elekwe, who were not present, were screened another day when they present themselves to the House. They also screened and confirmed Governor Oti's nominee for the position of Auditor General of the State, Mrs. Ekengozi Ogbonnaya, who of the state is well secured. Governor Oti gave the charge during a meeting with over 400 traditional rulers from the 17 local government areas of Abia State, which was held at Mvosi Ishialangwa South Local Government Area. He said the government remains committed to sustaining the peace being experienced in the state, and that every community is being carried along in its administration's development agenda. In his speech, the chairman of Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, Linus Ntomba, thanked Governor Oti for the support his administration was giving to traditional rulers. Let's take a break now. Welcome back. Last week, live on Southeast News, we told you about the report we got concerning some students that were kidnapped close to the School of Health Technology, Oji River. And later in the day, during the broadcast of the program, we got the CSO of Oji River talking to us about that issue and the efforts they were making to rescue those students. Meanwhile, we did tell you that all that information came out because one man, Kingsley Hiegazie, escaped and announced to the world what was going on. On Sunday, we broadcast a report concerning the Oji River kidnap, talking to victims, talking to eyewitnesses. We'll give you that report now because our reporter, Chukwudi Maduako, was there.
The invasion of West Oji River community and my two area by a person suspected to be herdsmen has left the people in fear as to what will happen next. Students of the School of Health Technology, whose school is not far from the point where the attack took place, have deserted the school for safety. Besides the students, some other residents of the area have also fled to where they consider as safer places. The herdsmen who arrived the area Wednesday evening stormed the road leading to unfenced School of Health Technology, where they stopped a vehicle and abducted the 4 occupants. They later released one of the female occupants and her child and went into the bush with the other victims. A victim, Kingsley Ihegazie, who was riding home on his motorcycle, ran into the abductors who dragged him into the bush. He narrated how he was hit with dangerous weapons before he was able to escape from his attackers.
I was on my way with my bike, so I stopped. My phone was ringing and I stopped. Then I was pressing the phone because there is someone I want to transfer some money to. And there was a bad network there, but when I was moving then, suddenly he called me and reminded me. And there's a full network then, so I decided to transfer the money immediately there. I now stopped. This road is a free road where I used to move anytime, and it's a busy road. So when I stopped, I was trying to do the transfer. I saw one car in the front, and there's about 3 people surrounding that car with gun. So I thought it was a police people because one of them was wearing jacket with gun. So I thought it was police people trying to arrest people inside the car. So I was busy pressing my phone doing the transfer. So next thing, they now begin to shot gun, harassing gun. So before I could know what is happening, I now realized that it's not police. There's one woman inside that car carrying a baby and 3 other people inside the car. So they now discharged the woman and now walk those 3 people inside the bush, 2 women and 1 man. So they move inside the bush. So when I noticed this thing, I now start my back and turn in order to run. 4 people now block me with gun. So immediately I stop. Next thing, 2 by 2 on my head. They now use 2 by 2 and bring me down. So they commanded me to enter inside bush. So I begin to drag with them. So if I move, then I would do like I see if something draw me and I fall down. So they use 2 by 2, continue to force me in order to move inside the bush. So blood, in fact, all my body, they'll use the 2 by 2 in order to hit me. So the way I managed to escape from these people is by God's grace.
Signature TV gathered that hours after the first incident, precisely around 10 p.m., another group of suspected headers also kidnapped a female pastor of the Optimum Faith International Worship Center near the Oji River Police Area Command. Some eyewitnesses who spoke on the incident said it was promptly reported to the Police Area Command, who referred them to the Divisional Police Station, also in Oji River.
That evening, she called me to ask me that she hope I'm not around, because there's things that's going on in the School of Health. And I told her I am not around, I'm in the house. So I said, okay. So a letter after that, somebody called me from the church and said I should come, that she was kidnapped with some people from the church, and the robbers came to apprehend her from the church. So that's what happened. So that evening, as we came, we moved down to the police station here. They said they have tried their best, which is area command station. They said they have tried their best, that she should go down to division. So I went down to division to make an entry about what happened.
It was around past 10, right? I was just resting on the sofa when my younger brother, the elder to our last born, she's our last born, called me on phone. She said, what's happening? I said, Father was devastated. So on Thursday, I came here and found out it was true.
About 5 of men just entered inside the church. So he started harassing everybody, even Madam. They dragged Madam inside the motor, push around, everybody run away. So even me, as I'm saying now, I run toward the back. Some of men follow the backyard, arrest me immediately. The Madam followed the other backyard, arrest the woman immediately. So 2 of us, we march us toward this forest. As we say, everybody hands up. We hands up, obey the people because they carry gun. When I want to hijack the one of them, they release the gun up. As they release the gun up, everybody fear. Because this one is not a settled matter again. When I wanted to follow the matters, they started beating me. You look at my hand, you look at everything, even my back. So I have too much injury for my body now. I go in hospital, taking treatment. But what I'm saying now that the person beat me for my brain. The thing cost me head. My brain told me that's a mad person. I push that person that holding gun, follow me for back. When I drag the person, push the person back. Then I run inside the bush. Then they match, even they shoot the gun inside that bush, but the gun not touch me.
Emmanuel Honora, an evangelist, said that the security situation in Oji River is getting worse by the day. He recalled that only weeks ago, a robbery incident by some armed men along the Oji River, Archie Road, left a lot of people wounded after they were dispossessed of their belongings.
Before this incident occurred, there was a time one of my friends was harmed on the road here, at least Archie. So one of my friends was harmed on the road. He said that some people met him. He was coming down that evening, and they used machete to machete one of his hands.
The chief security officer for Oji River, Onyi Nwokabia, who spoke to Signature TV in a telephone interview, said the council has put machinery in motion to ensure the release of the abducted persons. He said the forest guards from Oji River and neighboring local government areas are already combing the forest with a view to freeing them and apprehending the perpetrators. For now, the people are living in fear and appealing to both the local and state governments as well as the various security agencies to rise to the occasion and ensure the security of life and properties in the area. From Oji River, Enugu State, Chukwudi Madako for Signature TV.
That was the story. But the funny bit about that story is when the story broke and we got information about it on Thursday last week, the police were denying that it was fake and spurious. You will notice something. During that report, the first person you saw in a video with blood stains on him is Kingsley Hiegazie. And with me in the studio this afternoon is the wife of Kingsley Hiegazie. Madam, you're welcome to Southeast News.
Thank you, sir.
The sad story we're getting this afternoon is that Kingsley Hiegazie has been arrested by the police and taken to the anti-kidnap unit in Enugu. And we're wondering why. So, madam, what happened?
Okay. Day before yesterday, I was calling my husband's number after he left to ask him something in the morning time. I was calling his number is not going. Around 11, something like that. His number is not going. His number is switched off. I get worried. So I tried his number till evening time. the number cannot connect. They say it's switched off. I said, no, my husband his phone cannot be switched off for about long time. So I call our engineer. The man who is working for us. So the engineer said that he spoke with him in that morning time. He told him that the police invited them to station. So he was trying to ask him know if it's only him or their many how it happened. So the man said that his phone cut off. So I still any morning yesterday I reached his number. The number is going, but they are not picking it. They are not picking the number. Then I now sent somebody to station to go and check what happened. One of my husband's brother. As he reached there, they now told him that they hold my husband in kidnapping spot, ENUGU.
Just wait, madam.
Yes.
Your husband was at Oji River.
Yes.
Where did he go to see the police? Was it at Oji River or in Enugu?
At Oji River, division Oji River. That's where they invited him.
And you didn't know when they moved him from Oji River to Enugu?
No, I did not know. I did not know. So, that's yesterday. He's not picking his call. Till the brother now went to the station to confirm if actually he's still there. But I'm worried. I'm confused because I don't know why they should hold him there. So now the brother now came to Enugu yesterday, come and confirm that they are holding him here. As the brother come back, he told me that his situation, that he's very ill that place, that he's very ill, that he just went to buy drug and food for him. That's yesterday. So even today that I came to visit him, he's not good at all. The wound that they gave him is getting worse because he's not taking any treatment. They're not giving him any treatment at all. Even food, to eat food, he said that he have not eaten since morning. Till the afternoon I came to visit him from Oji River. So the thing pained me so much because my husband have done nothing. He's just a hard-working man. He's just passing on the way and meet this incident, and God helped him to escape. So I don't know why the police will hold him there. I don't know why they will hold him there.
Okay. Did they tell you why he was being detained by them?
Yes.
Did they give you any reason why they put him there?
Yes, the IPO told me that the video that my husband made, which my husband is not the one that made the video, told me that the video is against them. That the video is against them. It's showing that they are not doing any work. So I don't know my husband's offense, that place.
At this point, we need to ask, provision of security for somebody like Kingsley, who was fortunate to have escaped from kidnappers, is it wrong to be alive and to exclaim that there is danger for others to also escape? Or is it wrong for Kingsley to have escaped the kidnappers then at all? Because the confusing tale here is, why is Kingsley being held by the police? Remember, I did say that if it wasn't Kingsley's shout for help, many people, including the media, would not have known that there was any kidnap incident on that particular day at Oji River. Through Kingsley, we got to know that something wrong was happening. I hope we are not given the notion that when you cry for help, you become a victim of circumstance, because that's not the situation here. For Signature TV, we're going to do everything possible to make sure that Kingsley is out of that detention, except they are saying he committed another crime. Because if you take note, you will discover that Kingsley was not the one recording himself in that video. It was being recorded by someone else who was also making comments concerning that. So how come a viral video that is meant to save lives is becoming a video that is putting somebody behind bars? These are questions the Nigerian police need to answer. These are questions human rights lawyers need to find answers to. These are questions citizens must ask questions about. Is this the way for a woman who is pregnant to stay without a husband, who is the breadwinner of the family? So, madam, how have you been managing?
Since day before yesterday, it's been very difficult for me and my children to eat, to cope because of my condition. It will be very, very difficult. And my husband, my friend is
Just take it easy. Take it easy.
Let nothing happen to him there, because he's supposed to be taking treatment by now, but there's no treatment there. They just keep him that place. And me and my children, we are just suffering for nothing.
It's a sad story. Let's take a short break. You're welcome back to Southeast News. And the main story today happens to be that of Kingsley Hiegazie, who was arrested apparently for doing nothing. We're still waiting for the police to tell us the crime he committed. Was it a crime of raising an alarm that he escaped the kidnappers den? Or was it a crime of telling people to be careful going around Oji River because the times were bad? What was the crime? Let's get back to the wife of Kingsley Hiegazie. Madam, I'm not a doctor, but I do know that being pregnant and being under stress is not the best for any woman. I asked you before, how are you coping? I'm still asking you that same question, because coping is not just about the children and the household, but your physical well-being too. So how are you coping again?
It's not easy for me at all. It's not easy at all, because in this situation, running around to feed the children alone and do whatever, it's not easy for me at all. It will be very difficult for me. It's very, very difficult.
So what do you think should be done now so that your husband can be released?
Okay. Please, what I'm asking is that my husband is a very hard-working man, very hard-working man. So he has done nothing to the police to detain him upon the injury, the wound he gets. So I'm asking the governor, the president, and the IG to help me and bring my husband out from that station. Please.
Calm down, madam, calm down. With me in the studio, he has just joined us, Charles Pius. Charles Pius is one of us, not just one of us. The good thing about this story we're talking about is that Charles Pius was part of this story. He was the one following the police angle from day one. So, Charles Pius, you're welcome to this edition of Southeast News.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you so much.
My surprise, remember we talked about it briefly, was when police said no such incident took place. And by the time the evidences began to come out, it was clear such an incident took place. So can we reminisce just a tiny little bit of what transpired before we now insisted that we must go and investigate?
Okay, so on a regular day as a journalist, I just go online to check what's going on. So this video came across. I wanted to flip through it and just pass, because I mean there are a lot of things that happen on social media, but the video didn't look fake to me, because I could tell from the beginning, if a video stopped, I could tell this is virtually made or artificial intelligence made. So I went back to that video and I assessed it, and I used some items, some tools online, to check the authenticity of that particular video. And I found out that that video was actually authentic. It was true, but it's nowhere. I checked other media platforms to know if this story is out, and there was nothing like that. Oji River wasn't even in the news at all. So I now, asked the police PRO of ENUGU State. I heard this particular video is trending, and it's been pushed for several times. It's been shared several times on WhatsApp. I just wanted to find out from him whether he knows about this particular incident. He said, "Oh, there's nothing like that. Nothing of such on his table." Before I now sent him the video, and he now said, "No, that video is misleading, is misinformative. There's nothing of such that's happened. That in fact that I should hold on. That is going to give me a comprehensive report." So I now ran with that story and said, okay, this is what the police is saying about this particular video, that whatever it is that is in this video is misinformative. It really maybe never really existed, but the person is just maybe raising an alarm. And that was the first story that came on our Signature TV's website. That's signature.tv.org. But after some few hours, we started seeing the reports that something actually happened. 5 people were kidnapped, 2 people were rescued, but 3 were still being held. But only yesterday that the other 3 were released. But those 3 said they cannot talk to the press because they're quite tender. They were teenagers and people who just arrived to school environment, and that incident happened and they picked them. So aside that, there was also another incident happened that same day at night. So it was a complicated matter. So the police now released a comprehensive statement saying, well, yes, something happened, you know, yes, it happened, but it's not as the way, the manner the man narrated it, and he raised so much alarm, and it created panic, you know, in the atmosphere at the time. And so that's the history of that particular incident.
Let me just interject a bit. Now, if you're unfortunate to have been surrounded by people wielding guns and you escape, would you look for a particular manner to express yourself?
Of course, it was not. I mean, I should have thought that guy should have even helped them achieve, a better policing in that particular area. Something has just happened, and the next thing you're thinking of is arresting those who have raised the alarm. Yes, you could say that maybe the person may have done it ignorantly by, you know, maybe not going to them first and finding a report, but he needed to express himself. He needed to call people's attention and look, something has just happened this way, people should stop going that way, and he wasn't even the one that did that video. So there wasn't any reason whatsoever to have arrested him and kept him. It's so unfortunate. Every now and then we hear police say, police is your friend. Police is, you know, whatever it is that you see around, come to me or come to us, and we would escalate it or do something about it. But with what has happened, arresting somebody who has raised an alarm over an incident that happened that wants to save other people's lives is not becoming a problem.
And I don't know why that is so. I still don't get it.
Again, it borders on training and retraining, because I also called the DPO, that's a divisional police officer, that initiated the arrest of this Mr.
Kingsley Yegazie.
Mr. Kingsley. And he told me that he has no capacity to speak. And quite frankly, their mode of operation don't allow the DPO to speak on matters. The PRO of the institution of the state has to be the one to speak. But I confronted him, I called him. Now look, there's an allegation that you arrested somebody who raised an alarm about an incident that has happened in your division. Why did you arrest him? He said he cannot speak at that. Please, I should just speak to the PRO. And I said, okay. And I went back to the PRO. PRO, this is what's going on. What can you tell us a little bit about this particular incident? And he told me he has made some calls that yes, he knows that this thing exists, that he's going to be released. And I asked him, please, when will he be released? He said, well, that's as soon as possible, that I should just give him some time, that he has made some calls. This is just a few minutes ago, before I walked in here.
Thank you for doing all that. My question is not directly to you, but it's open for police to answer. Kingsley Yegazie committed no offense for screaming for help and telling people, if you take the right-hand route, it's dangerous. Don't go to that direction. There are kidnappers there, and they are holding dangerous weapons. Run for your life. I don't think in any sane society that man should be arrested. He should have been praised as a hero.
Absolutely.
He could have escaped and just gone home to sleep.
Absolutely.
And let whatever wants to happen.
Yes.
But this is a man who put his life on the line to raise an alarm, to tell people that road is dangerous, don't take it. And if he hadn't raised that alarm, let's ask ourselves, won't more people have fallen victim to that kidnap racket or scam or whatever it was? Now, the next thing the police will tell us, that in intelligence gathering, they should have known that that area was susceptible to such an attack. Because from the information I have, And I was told on that day when we were speaking with the CSO, Onyi Mokabia, he did say that the back side of that school has no fence, that it's porous.
Wow.
So what crime did Kingsley commit? That's the question. Was it a crime for telling Signature TV his story? Was that the crime? Was it a crime for telling people to take cover and be safe? Was that a crime? Was it a crime to escape and get back to his own home to see his family? Because I'm sure if he had run out of Oji River, today they wouldn't be telling us a story that he was arrested. You invite somebody to the police station, and from there you move him from Oji River to Enugu. I don't know under the guise that they will put that, because as at the time of that incident, whatever they want to concoct, Kingsley Yegazie was not a criminal.
Absolutely.
So for 2 days, from the report from his wife, he hasn't taken his drugs, no treatment. And this is somebody that told the world that they used a 2x4 to hit him on the head.
It's sad, really. It's sad. And it borders on training and retraining of our policemen, frankly speaking, because, again, the police was, the DPO was allegedly said at some point that that particular narration of what had happened at Oji River almost cost him his job. So you can imagine the level of thinking that a police at that level would be putting out, stating that for that guy to have released that, not that he even released it, somebody videoed him and sent it out. It wasn't him that was videoing and putting it out. So he narrated something, somebody videoed it. I'm not sure they even captured the guy who even did the video. They didn't do that, and someone released it, and then you now went and started looking out for the person who is a victim of a kidnap.
Of a crime, victim of a crime. You're arresting him. Now, the funny bit is this. Let's go to the extreme and say that he videoed himself. Was he the one that injured himself?
Of course not.
Was he the one that wanted to kidnap himself? Remember, from that the story was fake, now we've all accepted that people were kidnapped. We've all accepted that people have been rescued and released. Are we telling ourselves the truth? The truth should have been that an alarm was raised. And when that alarm was raised concerning a kidnap ongoing close to the School of Health, the police should have mobilized immediately to that area. Did they do that?
I'm not sure they did so.
Because if they did that, the information we got from the CSO that it was the forest rangers that were going about looking for these people would not have been the story. The story would have been the police in conjunction with forest rangers were going about looking for ways to rescue these people that were victims of kidnappers.
Absolutely.
I think I buy your idea of training and retraining for the police. If police is our friends, then we have to have friendly police officers that will hear our story, understand with us, empathize with us, and know the right actions to take. Madam, we are not taking your case away from you. We were the ones, Signature TV were the ones that actually brought this story to light. But we still want you to make your appeal again, so that what Charles did say, that he has been told your husband will be released, will not be word of mouth, what will become a reality. So we need you to appeal again and again.
Please, I'm begging for the governor, the president, and the IG to help me and bring my husband out from that place, because I don't want anything to happen to him there. He's not taking any treatment there. He's there with the wound. He's supposed to be taking treatment, but he's not taking any treatment at all. So that wound is getting worse. That I don't want anything to happen to him. Please, I need the help of IG, governor, and the president. Please help me. Let my husband come out from that station, please. Considering my situation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. We want to trust that in the shortest possible time today, your husband will not only be released, but will be home with you and your children. We are trusting that because
Thank you.
earlier in the program, I did say that Signature TV is out to ensure that it's not just release, but he will be with his family. We'll do everything possible. We've done a lot behind the scenes and will continue to do everything possible to ensure that he is released. As far as we are concerned, until he's accused of a crime, he hasn't committed any crime for shouting for help and also shouting to tell people to be safety conscious.
Well, I just hope that it doesn't get twisted, in the middle of the park, frankly speaking, because there are stories like these that come up. And so when they arrest someone for something, just because they want to hold the person longer than they should, they go ahead to say that this person is charged for something else. And so for that reason, they want to keep them longer. So
we hope this will not be the situation.
We hope that it's not going to twist at the end of the day, because I'm on this particular matter. I've been following the police PRO on this matter, and he has promised that he'll be released, because I called his attention again on this issue. I'm even sure that he wasn't even aware that someone like that had been arrested and has been kept at the kidnapping unit of the police for the past 2 days, going to the third day, and he's not even aware. I mean, it's possible that he's not even aware. So he said he has made some calls, notifying some persons that, is there somebody like this? This story is coming into my table, and I'm getting a hit for it. Is there somebody like this? Please, is there a possibility for him to be released? So I hope that he follows through with his words and get that man.
And then we'll keep on him so that he will know that we're really set to ensure that Kingsley Hiegazie does not sleep tonight in that place. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you again and again. But remember all the questions and issues we raised. We stand that Kingsley Hiegazie should be released. He hasn't committed any crime. And if you look at his wife, you'd also know that this is a woman that shouldn't be undergoing any form of stress. So please support us to ensure that Kingsley Hiegazie is released today, not tomorrow. Thank you for joining us for this special edition of Southeast News. We'll be back tomorrow with our normal programming on Southeast News. Barik Mado is my name. Thank you, Charles Pius. And thank you, Mrs. Hiegazie, for coming on the program.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. Of course, we are reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, the coast city state. Before, during, and after 2023 electioneering campaigns, Dr. Barrister Pitamba, then candidate and now governor of ENUGU State, made a robust statement. He boldly stated that he would take ENUGU economy from $4 billion to $30 billion. That was a tall order. Many doubted him. Many are still doubting him. They believe it's not possible, but events in the past 1 year and 2 months may prove the naysayers wrong, or may prove the believers right. Apart from expected huge financial inflow from foreign capitals and investments, ENUGU State is expected to make a quantum leap in revenue generation. And that's why the position of the executive chairman of the Internal Revenue Board is important. Before now, somebody was appointed, and for reasons unclear to this presenter, he was replaced with our guest this afternoon. Our guest is Emmanuel Ekene Okenwa. Namani. Namani, good evening.
Good evening.
And welcome to Signature Television.
Thank you.
And importantly, to Uncommon Conversations.
Yes,
this evening, this evening we're going to have quite an Uncommon Conversations around the job you do, around who Ekene Naman is, and the functions of your office, the challenges you are facing, and the hurdles you've crossed, and the accomplishments you've made. So I'm going to start by asking you first, maybe just tell me why you think you are qualified for this job, your background, which is important.
Really?
Yes, it's very, very important.
This one
if you're a journalist, and
it's a real interview.
If you're a journalist and I'm dumped into the revenue board, maybe I'll be lost.
All right.
That's your background.
Anyway, I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. So what it means that I'm an accounting professional and also a tax professional. I'm also a member of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. So I've had over 2 decades experience in internal control and also banking experience. So I came from one of the big 4 banks in Nigeria. So I don't know if I must sell myself more than this.
No, I think you're right. But I asked the question because I wanted our viewers to have an idea of the man that Emmanuel Ekene Naman is, coming from a rich accounting and taxation background. Yes. That means, for all intents and purposes, you are eminently qualified for the job you are doing. Because part of the challenges we have in Nigeria is recruitment process.
Yes.
Sometimes you put square pegs in round holes, and round holes in square pegs. And so you come really qualified. Now, one question that might be very uncommon is, by the time you took over as executive chairman, do you have an idea of what was the monthly revenue for the state? And then, and between then and now, what has happened?
All right. You know, the two scenarios may not be the same, and the environment may not be the same.
It's still Enugu State. Our territory has not changed.
It may be Enugu State, no doubt. But a ton of events have actually shown that the environments are no longer the same. The orientation of the people are no longer the same. The exposure of the people to tax matters are no longer the same. And again, the willingness of government to sustain revenue for the state may not be the same. So it may not be too good begin to compare what has happened, but for the purpose of this conversation.
Yes, for those who are actually watching you.
Yes, before we came in, the state has actually been doing well. So we made an average revenue of 2.4 billion naira a month. And you know, when we say 2.3 billion a month, the state, it was actually a tall order for the state to say we can pay our salaries from our revenue, bearing in mind that some of this revenue generation actually go back to the people that generate it, like self-sustaining institutions. So, but when we came on board, we had new targets. We had some order that we can, directive that we cannot say no. Okay. So some of these directives are that you see this payment, you see this payment, if you see this payment, if we don't generate it, nobody pays it. So in order to sustain the state in terms of those routine OPEX, so we have to begin to map out what are the areas we have potentials that we have not been able to tap from. What are those areas that requires widening the net, even when we know that we are restricted in terms of the provisions of the tax law, because most of the tax laws are actually law of the federation, which we cannot come back to state and say we want to amend or increase. So we said, okay, how do we let our people know that are supposed to pay this tax? So we started with campaign. We started by letting them know that everybody has to contribute towards the building of our state. So we started ensuring that the payees come as ensuring that our people are meant to know that they are supposed to file, make remittances and file. So we also touched our land use law, not our land use computations, ensuring that it's not just about what the law says, but the ability of our people to pay, considering the level of our economic level. So we reduce the land use charge computations to ensure that it's affordable to our people and that we can easily collect. We also activated some of our dormant tax laws, such as the purchase tax, such as the capital gain tax. Again, we dare to enter where everybody has advised, do not go there, you won't make anything, the informal sector. Okay. So we delved into informal sector taxes, which people may not know that is actually the mainstay of our economy. because an average Igbo man is a trader. And these traders over the years had not paid their tax into the government coffer. So yes, we engage them, series of meetings, series of I don't agree, you must agree, we must not agree. And this union have level 1, level 2, level 3 union. And when you begin to engage them on level 1, level 2, level 3, you begin to see the hurdles involved in engaging them. So, but we were able to agree, and we entered the informal sector, introducing a very simple technology we call the e-ticket. And that's just the change we've seen.
And so this quantum leap, so what has this yielded in terms of revenue monthly now?
Yes, you know, revenue.
Just being conservative.
Revenue generation has actually been up and down. It's not something that is
average.
On average, we can, that last month, we can tell you that we are making an average of 5 billion.
So that's a quantum leap, yes. From 2.3, 2.4 to 5 billion.
Yeah,
it's actually a quantum leap.
An average of 5 billion that last month. And
yes, but my brother, Kene,
yes, sir.
A lot of people may not share these your sentiments about the consultations. You know, I'm a media guy, yeah. And the way you just said them, it looks so effortless. Like, you know, you had the consultations and people agreed. That's not the feeling out there.
Yes.
That's not the feeling out there.
Of course.
But we'll get to that as we proceed.
You know,
because when you say you engage in campaigns.
You know, I told you that in the informal sector, you have levels of union.
Yes.
There is no person that will, even you as a media consultant, will not come to tell me that if I want to engage the people at Ogbete, that I'll tell everybody at Ogbete to close their shop and come to the social hall.
Yes.
The question is, where is the hall? Where is that hall that will contain everybody in Ogbete? Unless you don't want to discuss, Ogbete has a leader. And this leader is represented by line, by line, by line. And when you engage them, you have actually engaged Ogbete. If I engage the asthmatas, the trader union of the entire ENUGU state, asthmatas in the entire ENUGU state, I've engaged the entire market in ENUGU state. So you don't expect me to begin to go to shop one by one.
No, I know. Let me tell you what it's like. It's like if you say now that Nigeria is, in the next 2 days, we don't know what's going to happen. The protests, well, it could be successful in some area, it will not. It's assumed that our representatives may have spoken for us, whether they are members of the House of Reps or House of Assembly, because we elected them to represent us. But people are saying, no. They may have agreed that this is what it should be. So it's possible you've engaged the leaders. And leaders may not have delivered this concept well to the people.
They did.
Well, as we will see in this conversation, you see that it may not be Uhuru.
No, they did. Only that, you know, when it comes to payment, when it comes to bringing out money,
that's where the issue is.
For an average Igbo man, no matter the level of engagement, no matter the level of agreement, and it ends up in you bringing out the money, it's like a coughing out blood in the body system of an Igbo man.
Okay. Okay, let me now ask you, what's the relationship, if any, between these revenue collections and economic development?
Beautiful. You see, I've said this time and over again that any organization, not just government, that cannot assure the revenue sustainability, that organization has no going concern.
Okay.
In part of this world, what has actually made us to look as if to say we are not developing it because we have not assured our revenue sustainability. All over the world, tax is the engine that fuels development. No part of the world can claim to have developed by waiting for donor agencies or by loan. So you have to first of all sustain your revenue. The truth of the matter is that ENUGU as a city has a massive potential for revenue. You may doubt it, another person may also come to say it's not true. But as the time goes on, we begin to unfold it and let people know that ENUGU has massive potential beyond their understanding. Because we've seen our economy as some people have challenged people who say ENUGU State is a civil service state. I say no. ENUGU is never a civil service state. ENUGU is a business environment.
Okay. One of the things they say out there is that, I don't know how true it is, but thank God you are here, that you are running a unitary or unified revenue collection in the state, that you've taken the revenue collection potentials of local governments. I don't know how true that is. They say they've been asked not to collect certain revenue.
That's true.
So tell me.
Yes.
Why is that so?
Why we are is that the government has declared to support businesses. And in accordance with the tax policy of the Federation of 2017, there is, the tax policy is geared towards unifying tax collection. So the governor is a businessman. He has suffered the challenges of multiple tax collection from different levels of government.
You're still accused of that, but we'll come to that shortly.
Business. So he prefers that we unify tax collection and revenue collection, and to ensure that the business does not receive too many footfalls of revenue collectors coming into the business. Because some will come like an evangelist, they end up collecting money. Some will come like Agboro, and they still collect money. Some will come in different form. How do we unify this collection? So what we did was introduce the e-ticket. That e-ticket unified state collection and the local government collection. So, but those who tell you that we've unified it, and they may be telling you are the negative.
Yeah, you're running the unitary revenue collection.
And they may be telling you, maybe to tell you that, but I don't think the players, the local government players, key players maybe, or stakeholders will be able to tell you this. But I will explain it here for us to know what we are doing. When we come to the market, the local government used to go to the market to collect some revenue.
Abattoir, a lot of things.
So when we do go there to collect. So state also go there to collect summer, business premise, tax. And we said, no, unify them. Local government, what are you collecting? Let's bring it together. Summer, what is it? Bring it together. Business premise, bring it together. Tax, can we go into presumptive tax? Yes, bring it together. So we brought all this in together, and we dispense them as one revenue.
So how do you share the revenue?
And everybody knows their own.
I'm not asking how. Knowing is one thing, sharing is another.
No, we don't share to anybody.
Okay, so what do you do with it?
The technology we use, technology is an enabler. Every night, whatever is collected, there is what we call a split. The local government gets their own. That night is not tomorrow. Every other agency that is self-sustaining, that is in that bucket, gets that night. I'm not talking about tomorrow, that night.
Danger of a single story.
I don't go into doing reconciliation. So no local government that is involved in this tells you that I have not seen our money. If one local government say, I want to know how much you have collected for, I say, look at what you have collected for you. Check your bank statements. Look at the date of payment one by one. Go into it and let me know. I don't go into reconciliation. This technology pays as it is. So that is why I say sometimes people who are telling you this may be telling you to woo sentiments. I get it. But this is actually what we do.
I'm not sure for fear of reprisal, that either former or those who are holding brief for local government would want to courageously appear on this program to speak to the points you've raised. Again, I was playing the local government, and so I easily talk with them about what are their challenges.
Of course.
And one of those would be they're not seeing their revenue. But that's a story for another day. Now, but let me also add, okay. When you unify revenue collection and via technology you dispense, you've taken a vital aspect, quote and unquote, of the autonomy of the local government. Because that is the issue in Nigeria as of today. I recall once I granted interviews to a medium and they asked me, I said I was chairman for 4 years. I was able to buy tractors, I was able to buy dozers, I was able to buy rollers, I was able to buy ambulances. The first state local government partnership on road construction, running from Akpasha to Lokpanta, was started by my local government and the ENUGU state government. Okay. It was the first time, and because we had complete unvetted access to our funds, and we collected whatever, nobody needed to tell us what to do. If at my age I was a local government chairman and they assume my level of intellect is limited, that I needed to be told what to do. Then, but that's a story for another, like I said.
Let me
now,
also,
so this issue,
let me correct an impression.
You better correct it because it's common in it's not common in the open space.
No. It is the people making this allegation are also your colleagues.
No, don't look at my colleagues.
Who left local government and also hold on to the local government revenue.
That's an accusation.
I have to
that's an accusation.
I have to say it here openly.
That's an accusation.
Because I know the nitty-gritty of it.
Okay.
So
that's why you are here.
They felt what they are holding on to has been taken away from them. So you are closer to them. They will continue to make this kind of allegation. But none of the local government is complaining because they are better off. Again, in the state, the government of Barrister Peter Ndubisimba don't care and don't touch local government allocation. It goes to them directly. You can go and engage in on the local government. Now we don't have chairman, we have HPMs as holding brief for chairman. Go and ask them. I get it. But I'm not saying you should go and demand for your own Gunjio.
No.
Again, the issue of people saying...
The truth is, like I said, the truth is that...
Let me also say that the issue of people saying unification.
Yes.
Unification has been part and parcel of our culture. The money you see the state go to federation account to share, what do you think happens there? Is unification of revenue collection, because the Federal Inland Revenue Service was asked to collect company income tax on behalf of everybody.
But the sharing is transparent.
And
no, it's published. You see it. What the state gets in a month, I will know.
Listen,
what goes to the local government, I will know.
What do you mean by transparent?
At least it's published.
What is published? Okay, our own is that you don't even need anybody to publish for you. You have it coming every day. You have it coming every day. If you want statements, you print it from your own end. You have access to the portal. Nobody is restricted for seeing it. This one is even, they bring out the formula. This one, there's no formula. The formula is that what you are supposed to collect is 5,500. That 5,500 comes to you.
Does it go to the joint local government account?
For what?
Or does it go to the...
It goes to the local government account directly.
Then something is wrong.
Nothing is wrong. I've told you where all this is.
You're in the air-conditioned office. You're not on the street. You're not on the street, so you may not really know what information people peddle about.
I tell you where the information is coming from, and I know where it's coming from, because I'm the one involved here, and I know the level of engagement, level of distraction, and level of challenges you get from those people who left the local government and held on to the local government revenue. I get you.
Okay.
So, but it's not a problem.
Okay.
Our books are open for anybody.
Yeah, I've got the Freedom of Information
Yes,
Act.
anybody can come.
So I could invoke it.
Of course.
I could invoke it to have.
You don't even need to come to me for you to get it.
Well, I'm happy you're saying this,
yes.
and that is why we have this platform to have these conversations.
Look, okay,
because
I need to do my work
yes.
and go home and sleep.
Okay. I'm happy hearing this.
Yeah, I don't need to do my work, and every day people are calling me to come and answer questions. I don't do that. So everybody should have access to their revenue. Yeah. But what we don't want is too many footfalls into businesses.
Well, let's move on. Do you still use tax collectors?
No, we don't use tax collectors. No, we don't.
Recall I gave you a call 2 days ago.
Yes, we don't use tax. I will tell you what we are doing.
Yes.
What we are doing.
Let me explain that scenario so that you can take it holistically. Certainly, 3 young men in one unmarked bus were driving around Transekulu, claiming they are agents of internal revenue. And so they were on a POS operator, asking her to pay 18,000 naira.
Okay.
And I saw them, so I moved around. They saw a press. The man came to talk to me. I said, the government I know, the government of Peter and Mbai I know, with the chairman, Namane, can ask you to collect cash from anybody.
Beautiful.
He said, no, that if you pay somewhere, the moment I told you, I asked them to come tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. And I looked at them. They peddled your name and the name of your board. Okay? It's dangerous. Because for the unsuspecting public, they will believe it is true. They left. Okay. I was told today that they came asking, the person said, but you said there should be that we spoke to the chairman, he said there should be a government account.
Yes.
That 18,000 is huge amount not to be paid to anybody by cash.
Yeah.
That you've asked me that if I say anybody like that, you should be arrested.
Of course.
So who are these people?
These are non-state actors.
So how are you dealing with them?
Oh, we are dealing with them on a daily basis. We are arresting them on a daily basis. We are dealing with them. You know,
you must have an emergency number.
There is. There is this issue whereby people who felt, when we came on board, these non-state actors, we are the one collecting revenue.
Okay.
But we are collecting into their personal pocket. So we came and, in order not to create a state of kiosk, if you push all of them away, and they will go back into the streets and begin to cause problem. Can we train them and reintegrate them into our revenue collection and make them an agent? So that agent, we converted them into. The agent is not removed from us. It is assumed to be our own staff. So, but we give them their tag, we give them ID card, we give them vest, and we train them, and we made them to have a smartphone. Then they started collecting money. So when they started collecting, they will collect cash, they will vend. So some people, because Igbo people are smart, they saw that when they collect this cash, even if they don't vend, the person there may not know they've not vended. So we stopped cash collection.
Okay, very good.
So when we stopped cash collection, we produce an account called ESNG e-ticket account / the agent number. So you pay into that account, at least the person who paid you has an element of evidence. Then you now go and vend, the person will get a lot. We don't have receipt anywhere in the formal sector. No receipt anywhere. I've been getting this, hey, why don't you have receipt? There's evolution in everything. So we don't have receipt anywhere. If you pay, you get a lot.
That's good.
So if you want to verify, you dial *8011 *042#. You confirm if it has been paid or not. This is an innovation. So
part of the disruptive innovations
that's
that
what
the
we
government
do.
talked about.
So we don't have any vehicle in internal revenue that is not branded.
That's another revelation.
Yes, every of our vehicle are branded.
you will see it boldly written with our logo. So when you see one that is not branded,
if you see one that is not branded, who are there? Get them, just hold them on. Call any of the police number or our distress number. We'll get these people.
Okay, again, I want you to hold your thought. We'll just go on a short break. When we come back, I like this conversation of these branded and unbranded vehicles, because there are a lot of unbranded vehicles in town. Say they are agents. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Okay, welcome back. You're still watching Uncommon Conversations, and we're still on Signature Television. And my guest is still Emmanuel Ekenenamane, Executive Chairman of our Internal Revenue Board. Let me ask you, political interference. In the past, it used to be one of the challenges that any chairman would have faced. Do you get phone calls from politicians asking you, Chairman, Ivonia, do this, do that? How much of political interference do you have?
I don't have any.
None.
I don't have any.
Oh, that's good to know. Let's talk about your recruitment pattern. Are there favoritism in the recruitment, or was it an equal opportunity employer? How did you recruit your staff?
You know,
who you now trained to be compliant?
You know, now when we started recruiting these e-ticket agents, people doubted that we are not going to, it will not work. It had been tried before, it never worked. So why gain going there to say you're recruiting? We advertise, we will beg people. We started even going, when we are going, we started behaving like mad people. If you're on the road, just going across, we say, oh, can't you do this work? We'll be begging people, can't you do this work? Come now, we'll teach you how to do this work. Some will say, to go carry phone and be going around.
Can you didn't talk to me? If you did, I would have been one of the agents.
So when we found some people, we started, those people started making money, because for every of this money they collect, we pay them a certain percentage.
Okay.
So some started making money. Then we started having rush. You might give me. You might give me. I said, okay, I don't have issue. The person who is the head of e-ticket, where and where do we have space? He said, Ima, we have space everywhere. Obeit is not yet complete. New market is not complete. Artisan market is not complete. Can we get more? And we begin to, we say, going back to advert again, people may think that they've rejected this government. I get it.
Yeah.
Let's use word of mouth marketing. Let's begin to look.
One of the most effective.
Yes. Let's begin to talk to people. Let's begin to encourage them to come. Let's go to those areas where you see people sit down and drink. Let's go to Guago. Let's go to Obiago. Let's go to Geneva. Let's go there and begin to see people drinking. Let's begin to talk to them and say, you can do this. So we started talking to them. We started getting the numbers. So when we got them, we started training them using Next Zone, which is also one of the big consulting firms in the country. We started training them. So when we are training them, now started talking about enforcers who will ensure that these people comply to this payment. Well, now we got people who call the enforcers. So the enforcers, please wait. Road safety, come and train them. Come and tell them what they need to do. Assuming they are enforcing the e-ticket on the transport sector, how would they observe the traffic? and still do the enforcement. The road safety came, trained them 1, 2, 3. I get it. We now call people who believe they are also experts in this field and say, come and train them. So this is what we are doing. After some time, we begin to reject it. In that etiquette ecosystem, we have over 1,500 people working within that ecosystem.
That level of employment?
Yes. So when people begin to ask, why is ENUGU peaceful? ENUGU is peaceful because those people who would have caused mayhem on the society are busy making money.
A lot of people do not know this. And that's why you guys shouldn't keep quiet. A lot of people do not know what you're just saying now.
That's what we're doing. Then, the governor is a workaholic governor. He came and bulldozed all the streets. Who are those working on those construction sites? People of ENUGU. Who are those working on the bridge construction, culverts? People of ENUGU. Who are those installing the CCTV cameras? People of ENUGU. You may not be so skilled in the technology they're using, but at least you can climb you can help dig
use the ladder,
fix it, carry the pole and put.
Yes.
You can even mix concrete. Is it not?
Yes.
So people are busy everywhere. Who are those constructing the international conference center? The people of ENUGU. The people doing the ties, the people doing the painting.
And then you find the petty restaurateurs
around
there supplying food and water and all that.
Somebody who used to cook at Ogbe and couldn't finish his sell. So we'll come to international conference center and begin to sell there. And people are busy. That is actually how to rejig the economy. You don't rejig the economy by praying. You don't rejig the economy by shouting. You don't rejig the economy by speaking grammar. You rejig the economy by engaging in activities that get people busy.
I'm going to ask you, because our time is ticking, I'm going to ask you a simple question. It may not be that simple, but of course, in the performance of these duties, and knowing that you took our revenue from 2.3, 2.4 to 5 billion now monthly, like I said before, it's a quantum leap. You must have faced some challenges. It is not all smooth as you are saying.
Yeah, it's not at all.
So, can you just share a bit of it? And how did you deal with those challenges?
Oh my God!
As briefly as
those challenges, you can't even finish it. You can't.
Yeah,
finish
I know they must be there.
You can't. No matter how you try, you can't. Let me just say, the challenges you have is not actually the challenges of the outsiders. You also have massive challenges of internal people,
internal sabotage,
even within your office, who are telling you, Oga, this is not how we used to do it before.
Don't know there's a change.
Nobody believes in those changes. They will just say, this is not how we used it to do it before.
I've been here for 20 years.
Why are you changing it? Are you getting me?
Yes.
So when you stop contract, award of contract for revenue, somebody comes to pay 2 million naira, goes into the field to collect 200 million. You say, no, please don't enter there again. No, somebody will come and tell you, who are you to say that? I signed this contract. You can't do that. I said, no. We have gone past this stage of awarding contract for revenue collection. The person can be our agent. He collects, and we pay percentage on what he has collected. I get it. But not give him a contract, he pays 2 million, goes to the field, collect 200 million. We cannot do that. So these are some of the challenges.
So how do you survive the cabal or the cartel?
No, I did not. It's not that I survived. Everything is about the political will of the governor.
Okay, I now get that.
Anywhere you see all these kind of challenges, people coming to bring in their way, it's just about the political will of the governor. But you know that the governor of the state is so determined to assure revenue sustainability for ENUGU State. And that is our saving grace. People may tell you that we are very stubborn, we don't hear. No, it has nothing to do with stubbornness. But the willingness of the government to make money, sustainable revenue for the state, that is everything that has helped us. But those challenges are not ending, I hope you know.
They are not.
Because even some of the community leaders still hold swears in the village. We are collecting 200 in the villages, village market on market days. When you go there, some will begin to call everybody they know in the state. This, why should they come and collect this money from the poor women? I said, okay, let's go. Let's go to that market. You go to that market, you see that the village leaders are busy collecting money. That in the same market, they say that the women are very poor.
Okay, you just brought a sore point. I was going to, and that part of one of the biggest issues that somebody raised with me when he saw your flyer.
Yes.
He talked about what he called, quote and unquote, unfriendly taxation in Enugu State. He said, you will not go to the villages and collect money from them. And he gave an example, a woman selling pineapple in my village. He said, the road to that place, I don't know whether you looked at the road you took when you're going to the place. You looked at whether they have electricity in the place you're going to collect the money. And so they are struggling to make a living, and you are now asking them to pay 200 when services, that's ordinary that you should make it a lot easier for them. You said, for example, in developed climes, that taxation was a normal thing. Yes, because every social services they needed to get already in place. You hardly find them still struggling with untied road and all that.
No, I don't want people to go into that sentiment. The question is, if you continue to allow it to remain the way they are, and fail
so
to
what
collect,
services do they get
to collect money?
What services do they get for the money you're collecting?
If you fail to collect money,
yes,
and you leave them the way they are, how would the place be developed? You need to.
Have you made them a promise what you're going to use the money to do?
It's not about making promise. The blind are seeing what is happening in those villages. That village where you see that you say the road is unmeasurable.
One of the groups in
listen.
What happened in Naku?
There is a smart school going on in that village. Where is the money coming from? There is a tier 2 hospital going on in that village. Where is the money coming from?
Not all villages, sir.
Tell me one village that where it's not going on. Oh. Then this if it's not going on in that village, it's coming. Then there is also plan to connect.
Let me give you an example.
There's also plan to connect all the villages.
Let me give you an example.
In terms of road.
Let me give you an example. I come from Ogu. And there's a ward called ENUGU ward. Then went to Ogunta. It's almost 15 kilometers to Gueme.
Okay.
It's one ward.
Good.
Now you have Unkwe, you have Ezere. They may be about 10 kilometers away from these other communities.
Good.
One is closer to Uji River, one is closer to Lokpanta.
Good.
If you build a smart school in Ugueme, the man in Nenwenta and Ogunta will never see it because it's almost 20 kilometers away from them.
That is something I will tell you. It has a solution.
Tell me.
The solution is that if, assuming we build at Nenwenta, and the Nkwe people cannot come to Nenwenta, then somebody should present a case, make it to the Ensubeb. They will go there, see the terrain, and they again present a proposal to the governor to approve another smart.
Do you know this matter has been present? I hope Anyama will be listening to us. When he appeared on my program, not this one, with Nwobodo,
yes.
Obu Nwobodo,
yes,
this matter came to the fore. And they said, in fact, it's a point they want to take to the governor. Because sometimes very good policies may not take into considerations local contiguity. So you find that place, you come to my own ward, Amole, Ubo, Owele, Ogugu ward, very big communities. So now we're having the smart school in Owele. My town is almost 7 kilometers to Owele. And Ogugu is almost more than 6 kilometers to Owele, the way it is cited.
No, you can always make a case. My people made a case.
I like this what you're saying.
My people made a
case. So you had a similar thing in your place?
Yes, now. In Amechido and Oluku, they are the same word.
Okay.
But Oluku had a challenge of survival over years. And again, they are also a bit far from Amechido. A smart school was approved for Amechido. This city, this town that had challenges of survival over 2 decades, do you still allow them to continue to find it difficult coming to Amichilo for the smart school? Governor said no. Governor approved another smart school for Uruku.
Do you know what you've done now? You have assuaged a lot of people's feelings. I'm telling you this, there are many wards. I'll give you an example. Mako, Budi ward in my place. If you know the distance between maybe where the smart school and where the other one is.
Apart from distance.
People didn't know.
The smart school also has a policy that after a certain number of student intake, that smart school has to be separated and that smart school has to be built. There's a policy.
The handlers
around
of
all
government or governance information management should take this down to the people. I'm telling you, I'm being very honest. It's causing some great disaffection, and these are unspoken disaffection that people may never know. But I thank God that you are here today, and you disabused them, and you just told me the example in your own area.
Yeah.
So it's doable.
It's doable.
Okay. Let me ask you. 5 billion monthly. Is that where you want to be?
No, not at all.
So where do you want to be?
Where we want to be is 21 billion.
So what is holding you?
What is holding me?
What is holding you?
Is ramping up some of our strategies currently, like in our transport sector, informal sector tax collection. We are just moving a step. The way we are moving, we have a lot of fight back in the villages. Like some of the villages are not allowing collection in keke, collection in Okada. I get me.
Yes.
So it requires going for enforcement. Where all this enforcement, our people need to buy into it. It's not all just enforcement, because we've had more than 1,500 within the ecosystem. So asking us to employ more, it may be going beyond our capacity. And again, we have also advertised for jobs, which we have started the recruitment, because we need to inject new blood into the Internal Revenue Service. We'll get there. We will surely get there. Then the issue of capital gain tax, where people don't come to land to register their land for us to collect the land use charge. We need to go and meet them where they are building the houses.
Yeah, because they said when you spoke earlier, you talked about affordable
affordability. Yes,
they're saying no, that is out of the way. That's why they're running away from it.
No.
They said to get CFO, get permission to do all those that is
I don't think it's too exorbitant. It's a matter of
well, if you know,
matter of buying into what
if you know what's happening,
but
if you know the current economy
I
of
know,
the country.
but I also want to let you know that land is expensive in Enugu. I can't see why someone should buy a land of about 100 million for the rich ones within the city, the metropolis, and we are asked to register it probably at 10,000 naira per square meter, and you say it's too expensive. Somebody goes to Abopa to buy a plot of land at 30 million naira, and we ask the person to register it at probably 2,000 naira per square meter. You say it's too expensive because you are paying to the government. This is just the sentiment you have.
I don't know where.
But never mind.
Let me tell you. I don't know where it went. What happened? You know, I used to be MD of Housing Corporation.
Yeah, serious.
99.
Okay.
2001. That's when the Gulf Estate was started. The Tuba Junction and the rest. Go back and check the allocation to those plots. I already did a personal memo to the governor. Say governor does not sell land. Governor allocates land.
Yes.
No, find somebody who has an allocation paper in Gulf and find the amount that was paid for it. I don't know why they have commercialized it, but that's a story for another day. Our time is running. I'm going to ask you perhaps my final question, because you really enlightened me on a few things that have bothered me, and I do hope that our viewers will also agree with you. Okay, I want you to give an advice to tax-paying adults in Enugu State and organizations doing business in Enugu State, what they should know. Let people not run with the idea that somebody said, I pay costs for my land in Enugu, and the Kenyan is coming to collect another one in my village. So please talk to them.
No, people should also know that tax collection, even in the villages, has been thing that we are used to in the past. That there was a breach between probably 1999 and downward. Doesn't mean that it has not been there before. Yeah. My dad used to tell me that even at Ude Jamamechi, that the tax people used to come in there. Even when there was no breach, they come with bicycle to come and collect tax in the villages. So if they were able to collect tax in the villages in those days, why can't we collect now? And remember that what the government is trying to do is that no place should be regarded as a rural area. We want to connect every part of the city with good roads. Remember, the governor has a target of 10,000 kilometers of roads. So when every village is connected, no places will be regarded as a rural area. What we need to do is live our life. I get me. You may have this is your own where you come from, but everywhere looks like a mini city. So we want to disabuse our mind by saying this is village. No. If somebody in the village you don't pay tax, when will you know that you are now no longer a village that you are supposed to pay tax? When? So we need to have this at the back of our mind. And again, I want to tell ENUGU that we want to appreciate them, or seriously want to appreciate them. The buy-in into our tax policy has been quite impressive. We want to appreciate them. We can't appreciate them enough. There may be a lot of people not accepting the tax policy, one or two, but I can assure you that the buy-in is massive. That also, I also want to give kudos to the governor of the state, who have been able to utilize this money for the blind to see what he's doing. So the road, the smart schools, smart green schools, the hospital, the bringing back the dead asset like International Conference Center, building another 5-star hotel within that International Conference Center, bringing up the hotel presidential. The Niger gas is also, there's work going on there. United Palm Products. So all these, in fact, I can't thank him enough.
Okay.
That is a massive support we need to do this.
Emmanuel Ekene Namani.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for finding time to explain to our people government policies on taxation.
Thank you, sir.
A few misconceptions, even held by me as elected as I think I am, have been cleared by you. I'm sure, even though this is your first time, it won't be your last.
Yeah, no.
It's just the starting of a relationship with Signature Television.
Of course.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And to our viewers, thank you for watching, and join us same time tomorrow for another interesting edition of Uncommon Conversations. Good evening.
Why is it? How is it that the furniture market is booming? How is it? Why is it that the electronic market is booming? It is because of corruption. We have to face it head on. There is corruption in the land. Very serious corruption is embedded in our system. Why is it that in a country where a lot of our, the majority of our population cannot afford 3 meals, in fact 2 meals in a day? Where do people get all the money with which they are buying all the things that you mentioned? Furniture and electronics. Go to the automobile market. Go along Kubwa Road. Go around Nigeria. You see how people are buying obscene cars. Okay. And so on and so forth. When people are facing a real crisis of existence. Yes, you cannot legislate people to go and die. You cannot make a law that everybody that LG should file out and go and die in Nigeria. You cannot make a law that Honda should file out and go and die.
How do you mean?
What I'm saying is that even Dunlop that was here had gone. And other companies, why are they going? The environment of doing business in Nigeria is very, very hostile and bad. And we can handle it. We can change it. That is the starting point. It's not by legislating people to death or legislating corporations to go and die, because this is a dying field for corporations.
We need to make laws
because of corruption, because do you have rules to drive on? Do you have security? Do you have what do you have? Do you have look at our credit system? I was a banker. Look at our credit system. How much access do people have to access capital for doing business? You don't have any access. Our banks are irresponsible. The banks in Nigeria are totally irresponsible. I was a banker, but I'm embarrassed about the kind of irresponsibility of our banks. They are just milking the people and are not helping the economy at all. The banks are the facilitators. They are the energizers of economic development. Without the banks, there's very little the economy can do. But the banks are not helping, and nobody's talking about regulation. I should suggest, I should rather say that the central bank should come down on the banks very heavily. Let them become responsible. In other crimes, you have banks
handhold little micro companies, incubate them, and then grow them. In Nigeria, it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah.
The Nigerian companies, they lend only to the people who they think are big. But some people who are small sometimes before they become big. And what do those people do with it? Do they produce anything that we can see? But the small and medium scale enterprise sector, that's the engine of growth. If we don't encourage them, that's not where we are going. That there are things that this government, our government, must confront. For somebody to bring business in Nigeria is the thing that will help us to survive. So you don't you don't give the person any room of incentive. Nothing like an incentive exists in Nigeria. They tax people to death in Nigeria here. There are multiple taxation. The government does not care. The environment is hostile. A farmer who wants to produce rice, we leave him to the weather, to the elements. We leave him to go and face the banks. We leave him to go and buy his machinery. We leave him to go and do everything, to go and invest even in research. Somebody wants to be a rice farmer. He first of all invests in research in the high yielding varieties of rice. He produces the seedlings. He does everything. He gets nothing from his government. That is not the way to. Till we realize that for somebody to accept to do business, you must support him deliberately. It's not by accident. You need to give them loans, soft loans, grants of all sorts, just to make them to produce. Because if they don't produce, we continue to die the way we are doing.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, security development top chart as ultimate Abia. Chairman of Federal Civil Service Commission says the service needs total overhaul. China opposes any country allowing Dalai Lama to visit, says Foreign Ministry. And nearly 600 confirmed cholera cases in Sudan since last month, says Health Minister. Stay tuned for details. The young man who escaped from kidnappers during the recent invasion of Oji River, Kingsley Hegazie, has become the target of police harassment following the alarm it raised about a kidnap which happened around the School of Health Technology, Oji River. Shortly after Signature TV aired a report on the incident, Hegazie was arrested by the divisional police officer for Oji River, who accused him of raising a false alarm about the attack. Despite the overwhelming facts that the incident actually took place, Hegazie has been detained for 3 days, leaving the family in confusion as to his whereabouts. In an exclusive interview with Signature TV, his wife, Mrs. Hegazie, expressed shock and distress over her husband's detention for what she describes as trumped-up charges. She also made a heartfelt plea to well-meaning Nigerians to intervene and help secure her husband's release.
It'll be very difficult for me and my children to eat, to cope because of my condition. It'll be very, very difficult. And my husband, my friend is...
Just take it easy. Take it easy.
Let nothing happen to him there because he's supposed to be taking treatment by now. But there's no treatment there. They just keep him that place. And me and my children, we are just suffering for nothing. It's not easy for me at all. It's not easy at all because in this situation, running around to feed the children alone and do whatever, it's not easy for me at all. It'll be very difficult for me. It's very, very difficult. What I'm asking is that My husband is a very hard working man. Very hard working man. So he has done nothing to the police to detain him upon the injury, the wound he gets. So I'm asking the governor, the president and the IG to help me and bring my husband out from that station. Please.
Confirmations of the promise made by the police public relations officer Daniel Ndukwe that Kingsley Yegazie would be released today. The Ezinano community of Awka, capital city of Anambra, has taken up arms against cult and other criminal activities among the youth in the area. To this end, the leadership of the community have organized a symposium designed to bring an end to menace, which has continued to claim the lives of its vibrant and productive youth as a result of clashes among rival cult groups. Correspondent Ndo Okbalezi reports.
Titled Combating Preventing Violent Crimes and Menace of Cultism in Awka Metropolitan City. Ezinano community is made up of 20 out of the 33 villages of Awka, hence it bears the greater percentage of crime and its fallout in the capital city. In his address on the occasion, the convener and the community leader in Awka, Chief Jeff Nweke, said the community would set apart a date in December 2024 for reconciliation and renunciations, stating that those who refuse to denounce cultism stand denied of all benefits accruing to Ezinano people. He cautioned the people against aiding and abetting criminals by hiding their identities, pointing out that rushing to carry their dead bodies from the scene of shooting by rival cult groups or security agencies gives the bad boys some kind of undeserved honor, thereby encouraging more people to take to cultism. Chief Nweke asked for a deep-rooted solution to the menace through counseling and other appropriate guidance, instead of what he called the security operatives concentrating on arrest and incarceration of the suspects.
It's absolutely important and necessary that we work in synergy in understanding and then you understand. And I told one of the policemen, I said, listen to me, if the only solution that you have with our boys is on how to get them or kill them or incarcerate them without any correction, then let that solution go away. There must be correction. And these things can only be done if we get them, if we incarcerate them, and put up a program that is going to work as a deterrent, and then rehabilitation program. And I know that these security agencies cannot provide all these things alone without collaboration of the community.
Anambra State Police Commissioner Nage Obono Etan, represented by ACP Operations Aniet Eyo, commended the community for the initiative, even while expressing reservations with the low turnout of youths at the symposium. CP Etan, who lectured the audience on cultism, said they dwell in secrecy are mainly founded on superiority-inferiority complexes, which later on end up in acts of retaliation.
Whatever happens in the Ezinano community is not happening only in that community alone. But I'm happy, we are happy, and Nigeria police is happy that the Ezinano community decides to come out in the open and cry out that there is something wrong somewhere in our community. So we need to solve that problem. And that is why we are here. I would have been very happy if, as you came, you carried one or two of your children along, so that when they are listening to us, when you get back, you will drag his ear and say, you were with me there. Did you hear what was told?
The director, Anambra State Directorate of State Security, represented by Onyedika Nwachukwu, said that community engagement is key to sorting out bad eggs with a view to changing their mindsets. He helped on rehabilitation and reintegration of those ready to renounce, adding that they need empowerment to change to better lifestyles.
Other measures would include collaboration with institutions to integrate cultism in education in schools and formation of anti-cult units. Also, in the community development projects, which is important to address the problem of poverty, inequality, social exclusion, which contribute to poverty.
The deputy commandant of the
Our synergy are all to work with the communities to achieve this.
Donatus Ojika of the Police Campaign Committee Against Cultism and Other Crimes addressed the gathering on how his group fights cultism and other crimes using non-kinetic approaches. He said the group is going around schools and churches to persuade people to manage their emotions positively, with a view to reducing crime rate in society. With the agenda now set by Ezinano community in combating crime and cultism in Awka, it is hoped that a saner society will be achieved in the near future by the Awka capital city and Anambra State in general. Ndo Okpaleze, Signature TV News.
The ENUGU state government has initiated the demolition of property linked to criminal activities, particularly those used by kidnappers within the state. The operation, spearheaded by the chairman of the ENUGU Capital Territory Development Authority, ECTDA, Uchianya, commenced with the demolition of a poultry farm located in Obekenike, Enugu East local government area. The poultry farm, which has a capacity of over 5,000 birds, was reportedly being used as hideout by kidnappers. During a recent raid, security operatives successfully rescued a victim who had been held captive at the farm. In addition, 2 suspects were apprehended and 2 AK-47 rifles were recovered from the scene. The demolition is part of the state government's broader efforts to clamp down on criminal activities and send a strong message that Enugu will not be a safe haven for criminals. Aya stated that the action also serves as a warning to property owners to ensure that their premises are not used for criminal purposes, as the government remains committed to restoring peace and security across the state. Still on security, the Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, has charged traditional rulers in the state to join hands with the state government to ensure that every part of the state is well secured. Governor Oti gave the charge during a meeting with over 400 traditional rulers from the 17 local government areas of Abia State, which was held at Mvosi, Isialangwa South local government area. That the government remains committed to sustain its experience in the state and that every community is being carried along in his administration's development agenda. In his speech, the chairman of Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, Ezelanus Ntomba, thanks Governor Oti for the support his administration was given to traditional rulers. Gunmen suspected to be bandits have killed 13 persons on their farms at the Ijua fringes of Alawa community of the Shiroro local government area of Niger State. The local government area chairman, Akilu Ishiako, who confirmed the killing in Mina, said the bandits shot 9 of the victims to death, while 4 others were killed at a different location the same day. According to a resident who spoke to newsmen, the bandits targeted the community over allegations that the members supplied intelligence to security agencies on their movements. Meanwhile, Niger State Acting Governor Yakubu Garba, in a statement, described the attack as satanic and callous. Garba condoled with the affected families, community members, and entire people of Shiroro local government area over the unfortunate incident. The attack reportedly occurred at a time when farmers were expected to spend more time on their farms, and several other farmers far away from the scene of the attack had deserted their farmland for fear of attack. President Bola Tinubu has condemned the tragic circumstances leading to the passing of Alhaji Isabawa, the district head of Gatawa District, Sabon local government area, Sokoto State. In a statement by its spokesman, Ajuru Ngalale, the president described the attack on Bawa as deeply disturbing and a heinous act that will not go without a decisive response. The president extended his condolences to the bereaved family, the Gobi Emirate and Sokoto State government, and prayed for the repose of the soul of a traditional ruler and comfort to his family at this difficult time. Tinubu assured Nigerians that his administration will continue to work hard to secure the nation and ensure that desperate acts of terror are effectively countered. The acting governor of Niger, Yakubu Garba, has condemned bandits' attack on Anguwa Maigiro community, a border community between Shiroro and Rafi local government areas of the state. In a statement issued by the Chief Press Secretary, Ibrahim Bologi, on Thursday in Minna, Garba described the attack as satanic, insensible, atrocious, and callous, regretting the loss of lives of the villagers, commiserated with victims, families, members of the community, and the entire people of the council areas over the unfortunate incident. Garba reiterated the Bago-led administration's unwavering determination and commitment to address insecurity in the state. The acting governor urged security agencies to redouble their efforts in the fight against insecurity and pledged the state government's continuous support in all aspects to win the fight. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has also expressed sadness over the death of the district head of Gatawa in Sokoto State, Issa Bawa, in a kidnapper's den. Abbas, in a statement by his media aide, Musa Krishi, on Thursday decried the kidnap and treatment of the late emir were inhuman and barbaric. He decried the continuous kidnapping for ransom in the country, stating that it was unacceptable. The Speaker sent heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Sarkin Gobi, the Gatawa district in Sabon Birni local government, the people and the government of Sokoto State over the irreparable loss. He prayed that Allah would have mercy on the soul of the late Alhaji Isa Muhammad Bawa and make Janatul Firdaus his final abode. The River State government has hinted of plans to revive community-based security outfit set up by the state government under the immediate past administration. Governor Siminalaye Fubara met with leaders of the security watch behind closed doors in Port Harcourt. The head of command, Rivers Neighborhood Watch, Mr. Bobo Lawrence, said the group was overwhelmed with assurances given by Governor Fubara. Lawrence explained that in spite of lack of attention, the security outfit struggled on its own to sustain about 1,150 personnel, with about 50 officers posted in each of the 23 local government areas of the state. He said members of Rivers Neighborhood Watch were overwhelmed by the promises made by Governor Fubara. For years now, they've been working, and that is the reason why they came to see the governor to revive the agency, and he assured them that it's going to revive it in a short time. According to Lawrence, the security outfit is doing its best without funding by government. They're doing the best without money in their pockets. By the time the governor revives the agency, they will do more. They've given an assignment, and it's to fight oil theft in their locality. They promised Rivers people that they are going to do something concerning it, he said. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, FCT Commandant Dr. Olushola Odumosu, says the territory has 460 operationally licensed private guard companies. Odumosu said in an interview on Thursday in Abuja that the 460 private guards had been legally operating from August 2023 to date, while 3 were sealed for operating illegally within the period under review. Commandant, who said the licensed security guards have a record of 42,645 registered private security operatives, disclosed that the command had conducted training and retraining for guards of 20 private guards, urging them to imbibe the habit of continuous training and retraining operatives as security trends evolved regularly. The NSCDC boss said that plans were underway to inspect the private guards in the territory to ensure compliance and would not hesitate to seal, sanction, or penalize anyone found guilty. Up ahead, Abia local government polls underway as Assembly confirms ABSEC members. Women Affairs Minister lauds NDA for gender inclusivity. Stay with us. The Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission said it has commenced the recruitment of ad hoc staff for the September 28 local government poll in the state. The Commission, in a press statement on Thursday, signed by the chairman, Genevieve Osakwe, said the ad hoc staff would serve in various capacities during the poll. Osakweli said the category of positions available to include local government returning officers, ward collation officers, supervisory presiding officers, poll clerks, and poll orderlies. He stated that the applications for local government returning officers, ward collation officers, supervisory presiding officers, and presiding officers should be submitted to ANSEC headquarters, OCA, while applications for poll clerks and poll orderlies are to be submitted at ANSEC local government offices in all the 21 local government areas in the state. The statement adds that eligible candidates could be retired or serving public offices of the federal and state governments, academic and non-academic staff of tertiary institutions, degree or HND holders, as well as OND holders, a minimum of secondary school certificate holders. According to the statement, the application must be accompanied by 2 recent passport-sized photographs and biodata stating name, age, gender, address of current employment, status or last place of employment, and 3 references, 1 of which must be from present employment. The deadline for submission of the application was given as August 25. The Abia State House of Assembly has screened and confirmed the chairman and some members of the Abia State Independent Electoral Commission sent to it by Governor Alex Oti. The development was announced on the floor of the House by the Deputy Speaker, Augustine Okezie, who presided over the day's plenary. Professor George Chima was confirmed as chairman, while Dr. Kelechi Okere, Joseph Uzoma Akara, Nkemdirim Kalu, and Betta Ehumado were confirmed as members of the electoral body. According to the Deputy Speaker, the other 2 nominees, Ekele Queen Achuchogo and Oyemuchi Ekele Elekwe, who were not present, will be screened another day when they present themselves to the House. The House also screened and confirmed Governor Oti's nominee for the position of Auditor General of the State, Mrs. Eke Ngozi Ogbonaya Ubo, and passed a bill, the Abia State 2024 Appropriation Environment Bill. The bill is to provide a sum of about 171 billion naira in the 2024 Abia State budget appropriation. Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaokpa, says the civil service is in dire need of total overhaul in order to tackle the current challenges. Olaokpa made this declaration while delivering a paper at the maiden reunion of the Association of Retired Head of Service and Permanent Secretaries of Oyo and Osun States. Olaokpa, while addressing the gathering, called for re-engineering of civil service in order to meet with the challenges of nation building, good governance, and national development. The Professor of Public Administration explained that the civil service needs proper modification in order to tackle the challenges posed by information and communication technology and other new discoveries across the globe. Olaokpa said ministries, departments, and agencies as engine rooms of a public service system must be adequately capacitated to become effective and efficient as formidable institutional framework that will be ready at all times to meet the challenge of nation building, good governance, and national development. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has commended the National Defense College, NDC, for fulfilling its objectives of training strategic military leaders on national security management. Akpabio was represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy, Benga Daniel, gave the commendation at a graduation dinner for participants of the NDC Course 32 in Abuja. They said the college has been playing multidimensional roles, not just nationally, but also internationally, and pledged continued support to the institution. Earlier, the commandant of the college, Rear Admiral Olumuyiwa Olotu, said the college has transformed from a national to an international institution, with the graduating participants drawn from 20 countries, including Nigeria. Olotu expressed delight for presiding over the second graduation since his assumption of duty as a commandant of a prestigious and highly revered citadel of higher learning, while thanking President Bola Tinubu for his sterling leadership and relentless support to the armed forces of Nigeria and the college in particular. The Minister of Women Affairs, Mrs. Uju Kennedy, has lauded the Nigerian Defense Academy (NDA) for its gender inclusivity aimed at motivating and inspiring female cadets, which has encouraged them to break glass ceilings and push beyond societal boundaries. The minister, who gave the commendation during an official visit to the NDA headquarters at Faka, Kaduna, emphasized the importance of gender equality and women empowerment, urging the cadets to embrace their unique strengths and abilities. She commended the cadets for their bravery and resilience, reminding them that they were pioneers in a male-dominated field, pledged a support and commitment to ensure that the women's voices were heard and valued in the military and beyond. The minister lamented that women were losing their self-confidence due to gender-based violence and many other maltreatments, and called on them to be strong, stand firm, and fear no one while respecting people so as to protect their children and future. The commandant of the NDA, Major General John Ochai, thanked the minister for the visit, which he said coincided with the day of her 1 year in office, saying it will motivate the female cadets and boost their morale to continue striving for success in their sojourn in the military. The Nigerian government has inaugurated a youth corps to join the fight against malaria and other neglected tropical diseases, NTDs, in the country. Inauguration of the corps, which coincided with observance of the World Mosquito Day, was performed by the Minister of Health, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, in Abuja. Correspondent Godwin Sunday reports.
Says malaria remains a leading cause of illness and death in Nigeria. The minister stated this in Abuja on Tuesday at the inauguration of the Nigerian Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases (NTD) Youth Corps. The minister, who was represented by Fatai Oyediran, said the NTD's Youth Corps is a movement that can harness the power of potential of young people in the fight against malaria and NTDs.
The toll of these diseases is not just seen in our hospitals and the clinics. It is felt in the homes where children are too ill to go to school, in the communities where parents struggle to provide for their families due to illness, and the broader economy as we lose out to the productivity and potential of our people. The cost is high, and it is one that we cannot afford to ignore. It is a movement. It is a call to action for every young Nigerian to stand up and make a difference, whether through digital campaigns, community engagement, or advocacy. There is a role for everyone to play.
Earlier, Okbe Abegumbede, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian End Malaria Council, in a goodwill message, charged the NTD's Youth Corps to be worthy ambassadors of the country.
To every young person here today, you are an integral part of this mission. Your efforts, no matter how small, contribute significantly to our collective success. And to our partners and stakeholders, your continued support of these young leaders is indispensable. Zero malaria starts with me, you, and us.
Briefing newsmen at the end of the event, Mr. Given promised the Nigerian coordinator, NTD's Youth Corps, said that the NTD's Corps is an organization founded to support government at all levels in the fight against mosquito, malaria, and NTDs.
Engaging youth in the fight against malaria and NTD is a game changer that aligns with the African Union efforts to promote youth leadership as outlined in the African Youth Charter and the African Union Roadmap on harnessing demographic dividends through investment in youth and Agenda 2063, which is set by the African Union for the Development of Africa.
Some participants spoke with Signature TV about the epoch-making event.
I think it's a very good and noble initiative, and I want to congratulate the Ministry of Health and the youth that have been inaugurated as the Malaria and NTDs Youth Corps, because quite a noble initiative that is capable of turning around a lot of fortune and then creating awareness and making impact in the health sector and in the Nigeria as a country.
Try to encourage people, once you have a little fever, don't say it's malaria, get tested. That is how you know it's malaria. It's not always malaria. And always people say, oh, people with blood O positive or AA, they have malaria. We want to debunk all those things. Those are myths. We want to use science as facts and tell people, go to the hospital once you're sick. Don't take the laws into your hand. Don't take malaria tablet anyhow. Yeah, malaria tablets are on the high. The cost is very high, but we want to encourage people, go first. Know what is wrong with you. Don't keep taking tablet, because the more you take the tablet, you may have resultant effects, negative effect in your body, your liver and others may be affected.
Godwin Sunday, reporting for Signature TV.
The Kogi government has unveiled a campaign aimed at eradicating tuberculosis in the state. A campaign tagged Stop TB Partnership Nigeria Champions is being carried out by the Kogi Ministry of Health. The wife of the Kogi governor, Ajia Sefinat Ododo, in her remarks during the Stop TB Champion in Lokoja, promised to use her office to stop the scourge of tuberculosis in the state. The wife of the governor noted that the campaign represents a vital step towards raising awareness and ensuring effective treatment for TB in the state. She promised to remain a model to all and pledged her dedication to upscaling the campaign in order to curb TB scourge in the state, and advised residents of the state to go for testing if coughing persists more than 2 weeks for early diagnosis and treatment. Mrs. Ododo further commended the wife of Nigeria's president, Oluremi Tinubu, for taking the lead to be the ambassador of the global and national Stop TB Champion earlier this year. Kogi State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Adams Abdulaziz, said the state government had invested a lot in the health sector, including the revitalization of primary health care centers in the state. Abdulaziz emphasized that the government was determined to provide more TB diagnostics and treatment services centers across the 21 local government areas of the state, noting that the disease had remained a public health concern, though preventable, treatable, and curable if detected early and treated properly. The federal government has confirmed that over 4 million children in the northeast and northwest regions are malnourished. The Director of Nutrition Department in the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Mrs. Ladidi Bako Ayebusi, made this known at a 5-day meeting with nutrition experts and stakeholders in Kefi, local government area of Nasarawa State. The ministry is holding a meeting in partnership with civil society scaling up nutrition in Nigeria and other nutrition partners on a strategic advocacy policy for nutrition in Nigeria. Bako Ayebusi said Nigeria faces a severe crisis of triple burden of malnutrition, evidenced by widespread macro and micronutrient deficiency, undernutrition and overnutrition, with significant impact on health and socioeconomic development. She identified causes of malnutrition to include inadequate access to food, poor food consumption, improper feeding and caring practices, economic and political structures, low economic status, inadequate health-seeking behaviors, and low level of education among the populace. The federal government has increased the fees for the procurement of Nigerian passport with effect from the 1st of September 2024. Statement by the spokesman of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Kenneth Udo, says the increment is part of a government's effort to maintain the quality and integrity of a Nigerian standard passport. It said that based on review, a 32-page booklet with 5-year validity previously charged at 35,000 naira will now be 50,000 naira, while a 64-page passport booklet with 10-year validity, which was 70,000 naira, will be 100,000 naira. Statement further adds that the fees remain unchanged for Nigerians in diaspora. When expressing regrets about any inconvenience this increase might cause prospective applicants, the NIS assured Nigerians of unwavering commitment to transparency and quality service delivery at all times. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, says the 2025 budget for State House agencies were based on needs assessment to ensure that funds allocated to agencies were based on actual requirements. Gbajabiamila, who spoke to newsmen in Abuja following a one-day fact-finding tour of some government agencies under the supervision of the State House, said that resources are so limited now that all expenditure will now be based on priorities. Earlier, in separate interactions with heads and staff of the agencies, the Chief of Staff pledged that the Presidency would ensure better welfare and working conditions of staff within the agencies under the supervision of the State House. Gbajabiamila also emphasized the importance of transparency in the procurement process, which he said is critical to upholding the administration's commitment to good governance and accountability. Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) has called for full implementation of a directive of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the supply of crude to Dangote refinery and modular refineries in the country. The president of NBA, Yakubu Mayak, who led other leaders and members of the association on a visit to the facility, praised the president chief executive of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, for remaining steadfast despite the opposition faced. Describing the establishment of the refinery as a nationalistic and patriotic endeavor, the association urged the federal government and Nigerians to support the Dangote Petroleum Refinery to end the reign of fuel scarcity and perennial queues at filling stations in the country. It expressed disappointment that the major project is encountering strong resistance from fuel importers who have stifled the economy and kept it reliant on imported refined petroleum products, despite Nigeria's status as a leading crude oil producer. The lawyers said it is shameful for the refinery to import crude from abroad and export refining products due to opposition from local players. Coming up, China opposes any country allowing Dalai Lama to visit, says Foreign Ministry. Bangladesh floods maroon nearly 3 million people, killed 2. Details shortly. Business news now.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced a 130% surge in remittance inflows, reaching 553 million in July 2024, marking the highest monthly total on record. Key initiatives include granting licenses to new international money transfer operators (IMTOs), implementing a willing buyer, willing seller foreign exchange model, and ensuring timely access to Naira liquidity for IMTOs. These measures have not only boosted remittances but also strengthened confidence in Nigeria's foreign exchange market. The CBN's broader objectives include maintaining stability in the foreign exchange market and promoting sustained economic growth. Despite these positive developments, Nigeria's external reserves have slightly declined, standing at $36.47 billion as of August 19, 2024. President Bola Tinubu's administration has spent over 15 trillion naira on petrol subsidies over the past 14 months. This massive expenditure is based on data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS). Nigeria imports an average of 1.95 billion liters of petrol monthly, and over the last 14 months, the country has consumed 27.3 billion liters, with the landing cost of petrol set at 1,203 naira per litre, and NNPC Retail selling it at 650 naira per litre. The subsidy per litre stands at 553 naira. This differential has led to the sum of 15.097 trillion naira spent since June 2023. Kelvin Ayibaifie Emmanuel, CEO of Dairy Hills, says the accurate daily consumption figures are essential to address these costs. He also highlighted the effect of the naira's devaluation and the fluctuating price of crude oil on the subsidy amount. First Bank Holdings, the parent company of Nigeria's oldest bank, faces yet another legal obstacle as a federal high court in Lagos has halted its 12th annual general meeting AGM scheduled for August 22nd. The postponement, now set for September 3rd, comes at the request of shareholder Tahir Folorunsho Ismaila, adding to the ongoing legal disputes that have plagued the bank. The legal battles trace back to shareholders challenging the legitimacy of the bank's board appointed by the central bank rather than through shareholder votes. With multiple court cases still pending, First Bank's ability to move forward with its capital-raising efforts remains uncertain. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria (FRCN) has raised alarm over the billions of dollars lost by Nigerian investors due to companies falsifying and overstating their accounts. Speaking at the 2024 Audit Summit in Lagos, FRCN CEO Rabiu Olowo says that there is the urgent need for stronger oversight and accountability in the financial reporting and auditing sectors. Olowo draws parallels with global financial scandals such as Enron and Lehman Brothers, showing the devastating consequences of corporate greed and audit failures. He also adds that past Nigerian cases, including the collapse of Afribank plc and the Cadbury Nigeria scandal, are examples of audit failures that impedes investor confidence. The FRCN is calling for comprehensive audit reforms that address both technical and human factors contributing to these failures, with the aim of preventing future financial disasters. Kenya's Supreme Court has suspended a lower court ruling that the 2023 finance law was unconstitutional, maintaining stability in the budget until the government appeal is heard next month. The finance law, which includes tax hikes and other revenue-raising measures, has faced significant opposition, including violent protests. President William Ruto's government has argued that these tax increases are necessary to fund development programs and manage the country's heavy public debt. The Supreme Court will hold hearings in September to determine the constitutionality of the law. China's recent export controls on antimony have sparked concerns within the global critical minerals industry. Antimony used in various strategic applications, including weapons production, will face export restrictions starting September 15th. Industry insiders worry that China, which dominates global supply chains for many critical minerals, could further weaponize its exports. The new export controls follow China's restrictions on graphite last year, raising fears of potential limits on other rare earth elements such as tungsten. The lack of alternative supply chains outside of China has left many industries vulnerable to these shifts, escalating trade tensions globally. At the closing of trading on Wednesday, August 21st, 2024, the Nigerian Stock Exchange reported a total of 360.6 million shares traded in 8,813 deals with a market value of 7.25 billion naira. This represents a sharp 64% decline in volume and a 6% drop in turnover compared to the previous trading session on Tuesday, August 20th. The number of deals saw a 6% increase. The NGX current market capitalization remains steady at 54.4 trillion naira. A total of 117 equities participated in the trading, with 27 stocks closing higher at 19 ending in the red. Leading the gainers was Ikeja Hotel, which saw a 10% increase in its share price, closing at 7 naira 70 kobo per share. RT Briscoe followed with a 9.76% gain, while Curtix and Tantalizers recorded gains of 9.66% and 9.62%. On the losing side, University Press recorded the steepest decline, with its share price falling by 9.4% to close at 2 naira 41 kobo per share. Owando, National Salt Company and Red Star Express also experienced notable losses, dropping by 8.66%, 8.39% and 6.43%. Owando recorded the highest trading volume with 66.2 million shares exchanged, followed by Guaranteed Trust Holding with 45.7 million shares, Curtix with 29.4 million, and Universal Insurance Company with 25.4 million. In terms of market performance, the NGX All-Share Index ASI declined by 64.41 points, closing at 95,831.51 points. That's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Thompson Natus.
Mao Ning, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, said on Thursday China firmly opposes any country allowing Dalai Lama to make visits under any pretext. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson said the appointment of a so-called Special Coordinator of Tibetan issues constitutes interference in China's internal affairs. Beijing considers the exiled Tibetan spiritual leader a dangerous separatist and opposes contact with him by officials of any country. The U.S. State Department reported that senior officials from the U.S. State Department and the White House met with Dalai Lama in New York on Wednesday and reaffirmed the U.S. commitment to advancing the human rights of Tibetans. Last month, China expressed strong opposition to a U.S. law signed by President Joe Biden that presses Beijing to resolve a dispute over Tibet's demands for greater autonomy and vowed to firmly defend its interests. The humanitarian crisis in Sudan has worsened. The cholera infections with a war-stricken country, recording almost 600 cases since July. Sudanese Health Minister Haitham Mohamed Ibrahim said the country has recorded 593 cases and 28 deaths since announcing the epidemic in July 23. He added that the WHO and UNICEF, in cooperation with the Sudanese Health Ministry, had to spray chlorine and open treatment in isolation centers and locations that are heavily affected by the disease. Contagious disease such as cholera and conjunctivitis are spreading rapidly in Sudan due to the prolonged conflict that has severely impacted the country's health sector, compounded by annual heavy rains and floods. The country is also suffering the world's largest hunger crisis, with 25.6 million people in acute hunger and healthcare system in disarray, due to the lack of access to aid in many of the country's provinces. In a dusty field on the outskirts of Mogadishu, controlled explosion sends a plume of smoke into the air. This is just another day for Somalia's Explosive Ordnance Disposal (EOD) unit, as it tackled the deadly legacy of 3 decades of civil war. The unit regularly conducts such detonations of grenades, mortars, and other explosives, a stark reminder of the ongoing security challenges in the country. Somalia has been grappling with conflict for 3 decades, leaving an estimated 1 million mines and unexploded ordnance across the country. United Nations Mine Action Service, UNMAS, reports that these have killed or injured more than 1,700 people. In one of the most recent attacks, fighters from the Al-Shabaab militant group used a car bomb to blow up a restaurant in the capital where soccer fans were watching the final of the Euro 2024 tournament on television, killing 5 people. Minister Juan Fernando Cristo reported that an explosion that killed 1 person and injured 3 was reported on Wednesday during a police operation to unblock a highway where indigenous people were protesting in western Colombia. According to a local media, indigenous people were blocking the Pan-American Highway in Kajibio to denounce alleged acts of non-compliance from the government. Crystal told the media that explosive device that caused the fatality is being analyzed. Local media also reported that during the police operation, 7 indigenous protesters were injured. That's the news this hour on Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
The NNPC Limited, or NNPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not.
Hello and thanks for joining us. Today we have the pleasure of the presence of someone who has been a strident voice in Nigeria, talking about how to move Nigeria forward, how to move society forward. My pleasure to welcome His Eminence, John Cardinal Onayeko. Your Eminence, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, and God bless you, viewers.
You know, there's been so many landmarks in your life. I remember when you became a priest, when you became a bishop, then you rose to cardinal, then you've held many positions. Looking back, which of these landmarks left a permanent impression in your life? I mean, the one you can look back to and say, that was it for me.
Your question reminds me of a similar question that was posed to the late Pope John Paul II, exactly in the same terms as you are posing it to me now, except that in his own case he had become a pope also, apart from being cardinal. And I feel like just repeating the same answer as he gave, which was quite surprising. He says the greatest landmark of his life was the day he was baptized. And I could say the same thing, and I happened to be baptized the day after I was born into the family of Joanna and Bartholomew Onayeko. Of course, you could say if you were not born, you couldn't be anybody. Similarly, from the Christian point of view, if you are not baptized and made a child of God and a member of the church and a brother of the Lord Jesus Christ, nothing else can follow. Having said that, I will say then that every other thing after all has just been one kind of blessing from God after the other. I am not sure I can even say that one was more lasting in my life than others. What I can say though is that the only one of those things you lined up which I seriously aspired to, which you could say I really wanted to achieve as an ambition, was my priestly ordination, which took place in August 3rd, 1969. After that, every other thing was just what the Hausa people will call jara, an addition. And I still look back to my priestly ordination because that is what now put me in the rank of the clergy, which qualifies me to be a bishop and to be a cardinal or to be anybody within the Church of God. So if I have to answer your question, I will answer it that way.
You were born in 1944.
January.
Yes.
29th.
Yes. I could actually claim I share birthday with you because I was born January 30th.
But not 1944. Yes.
So, and your formative years you spent in Kaba, where you were born, your primary school and all that. Can you share with us the memories of those early years? Was it where you found this hunger to be a priest? Was that where it was all formed?
If we are to look for visible human source of one's vocation, and I say that with keen realization of the fact that the priestly vocation is not a human thing. But if you are going to look for any human dimension to it, I would say it was the family in which I was born. I happen to have been born into a family of very good Catholics, where right from the early childhood, you lived with the Catholic faith. You saw your parents praying every day, every afternoon, every evening, every morning. Mother carried me on the back to church, and later I followed them to church. At a very early age, I became an altar boy and followed Reverend Fathers. So more or less, that kind of environment disposes a young man to begin to want to be like somebody. And so from early childhood, I had wanted to be a priest. We must remember that in those days, in the mid-40s, late 40s, we never saw any black Reverend Fathers around. So the only priests we saw were the Irish missionaries. And to really want to be like a white man at that time was a rather tall order. As it turned out, however, as we grew older, in the 50s, we began to see black priests. Not many. I want to remember the memories of the very first black priest I met, Monsignor Umurie. He's an Urhobo man who came from the whole way from Delta to serve in Kaba as an assistant parish priest to an Irish priest. And the other second person I remember very well is Monsignor Emodi, who came from around the Guashuku area. The T2 was, but by that time I was already in primary school. You could then say, I want to be like this man. That's how the whole thing began. I did my primary school in Kaba, a very quiet town. I was the son of a farmer. We went to farm. My father went to farm every day. I joined him on Saturdays, and on holidays. That's how I lived my early life. We were not rich at all by any standard, but we were not miserable. We had this kind of simple life that was also dignified. Dignified also because my father happened to be someone with a high level of respect in the community. He was the head of the Catholics community in Kaba, and on that basis, he sat on the native court to judge cases with the Obaro, the king of Kaba. So from that early moment, I saw my father in that light. He used to sit under his feet in the native court. Not really listening to anything in particular, but you know, it made an impact on you. The whole idea of leadership, the idea of pursuing the truth and ensuring justice. I'm sure already in those days, it was impacting on my life. I didn't spend too long time at home because by the age of 12, I left home already for secondary school. And I went far away for secondary school because from Kaba, I went to Alede, presently in Benue State, It was far in those days. It took us 3 days to get to school.
Trekking?
No, not trekking. No. By car, by lorry. But there was no direct transport. The road was not there. To get to Alede from Kaba, you had to go by Ames transport through Owo, Benin City, Asaba, cross the bridge on ferry boat, the ancient Eriko, and so on, and look for an Ogongoro lorry that will carry us from Onitsha to Tukpo and wait from Tukpo. It's a long journey. It used to be a long journey. These are journeys that we now do all within a few hours. It was a long journey. But we didn't see, neither did we see, we didn't see it as a terrible thing. We didn't see it as a hardship. On the contrary, knowing that those of us who ended up in secondary school were just the lucky few out of the many who passed primary school and didn't go further, out of the many more who sat at home going to farm and never went to school, we who went through secondary school considered ourselves really fortunate.
You know, you talked about your father, dignified man, a leader in the community, a farmer, someone you learned so much from. How about your mother? What kind of influence did she have in your growing up?
In those days, the mothers were largely in the background. My mother was simply known as the wife of Bartholomew. She was Baba Egbe's wife, the wife of the chief Catholic. My mother was the wife of the Baba Egbe. So, in fact, if you are looking for a role for her, she is the woman who is supporting my father. Within the family, she has a different sentiment from my father. My father was more quiet, recluse, pensive, reflective, and so on. Whereas my mother was more expansive, boisterous. It doesn't take time to know where my mother stood on any issue. If he doesn't like you, he will tell you immediately straight to your face. And I would say, more or less, she was the one who was doing the disciplinarian work. She was the one who was beating us, who was shouting on us, and so on. And I believe the two actually complemented one another. She too was not educated. She couldn't even read anything, whereas my father at least could read some Yoruba. And Papa could even write, but always in Yoruba. He couldn't write in English. Doesn't mean that he did not understand English. He understood simple English and was able to communicate with the parish priests in those days.
Well, you went to a regular Catholic primary school. Then you went to St. Michael's for your secondary school. At what point did you zero in on priestly training, preparing you for priesthood?
Let me talk about this regular thing. In 1949, when I went to primary school, there were only two primary schools in Kaba, the Catholic primary school and the Anglican primary school. There was no such thing as private schools for the children of the rich. There were no rich people in Kaba. So we all went to these schools, which were all government supported, though they were run by missions, Catholic Church, Anglican Church. And they gave us the best secondary school, primary school preparation that was possible at that time. We'll say the same thing of the secondary school. The secondary school that I went to was one of the two Catholic secondary schools in the then northern region. Northern region today is all those so-called northern states. If you wanted a Catholic secondary school in northern Nigeria, you either went to St. John's College, Kaduna, or to St. Michael's Secondary School, Alede. It was as bad as that. Which means, and again, that means those schools that existed, where most of them were government secondary schools in each province of the run by the Anglicans. Up in the plateau, there was Gendiri. that was run by the then SIMSUM. Nearer home to us, in a place called Egbe, there was Titcombe College, run by the SIM, which later became EQUA. I would say these were the only secondary schools in the north. The only secondary schools in the north. They were obviously schools for the few who were lucky to get into school. Few as they were, we were still very few in each of the schools. By the time I entered secondary school in Alede, St. Michael's, in 1957, the whole school was not more than 120 people, children, in 5 classes at that time, eventually 6 classes. And by the time I finished secondary school 6 years later, we spent 6 years in secondary school, in 1962, the total population of the school was under 200. So that meant that to go to secondary school was really very special. And looking back now, obviously a lot of intensive training took place in our school. We got the best kind of education. That was also a good preparation for the leadership role that many of me and my classmates eventually took on immediately after independence. Don't forget that our independence came in 1960. So we were growing up in secondary school looking forward to when we shall be an independent country and when everything will begin to work well and very soon we will be like the great nations of the world. That was our dream. Talking of education and schools, very now and again you keep people talking about, oh, the good old days when education was high quality and so on. I always tell them, I beg to differ. The situation now, despite what you might consider poor quality education, is obviously much better than what we had in 1956, when nobody went to school. At least a lot of people are now going to school. Most children are able to learn to read and write. People didn't just remain in the farm and rotting away. And so when we look at it from that point of view, I think we should still say we have moved and we are making progress. What we could say is that we could have done much better with the investments that have been put into education in these past years. And we can still do better. It is not too late to improve. And if I can suggest to government, I will ask them to once again review their policies in terms of collaboration with voluntary agency institutions. Let there be once more collaboration between the church and the government in the running of at least some schools, not all, some schools. If that were to be done, then the wonderful work that we are doing in our so-called private schools can be done all across the board and in such a way that the poorest children can also profit from this kind of education, which presently is only available to rich people who can pay the fees. Rich people like you and your colleagues. When I went to college, my father could never have paid any such fees. You know, so that has been in my heart all along. And as a Catholic Archbishop who have started some schools, I keep insisting that I have been condemned to run schools that only the rich can afford. It is not my joy. In fact, I'm sorry about it. I wish I could run schools with public funds that will be available to the poor. I have not given up yet. I still have 5 more years as Archbishop of Abuja. And I think there's enough time to review this system. And that doesn't mean close down government schools. Oh, not at all. But let government spread the money around. After all, the children in our schools are also Nigerians. They deserve to have their own share of the national cake. And if it is accountability, we can assure them that we'll account for every kobo we get from government.
In 1963, you went to St. Peter's and Paul Major Seminary at Bodija. Tell me, at what point did you make a definitive decision that I want to be a priest?
You'll be surprised to hear that from early childhood, I never saw myself wanting to be anything else but to be a priest. I had always wanted to be a priest. And even my mother tells me that as a small child, before I even, what I don't remember now, when children play doing things, I used to play being a reverend father. Put tumblers and cups together on the small stool, carry it up, and make green, like I see the reverend fathers doing in the church. Which means there is such a thing as being called from one's mother's womb. It is not true that you cannot desire to be a priest until you are old enough to make up your mind. That's not true. I know from my own personal experience that this desire can really be almost inborn. In fact, if I ended up in St. Michael's College, Alede, in 1957, it was precisely because I wanted a Catholic school. Because at that time, I got admission to a government secondary school, Kefi Government College, which was one of the best, actually the best college in the North at that time. I didn't care about how good it is. The one, already at that age of 12, what worried me is that if I go to Kefi, I will not have mass every day. But if I go to St. Michael's, there will be Holy Mass every day, and I will have mass on Sundays. And so, to imagine that at that age, such consideration was so important in one's life. And when I told my father, when I got admission to the two schools, my father asked me, well, you've done your best, my son. You've studied hard. You passed very well. You have done your own part. Which of the two schools do you want to go to? I told him, I said, Papa, if were it not that we are poor and we don't have money, I would have preferred to go to St. Michael's. When I presented that way to my father, he was very, very sad. And he didn't want a situation where I didn't go to where I wanted to go because of his own poverty. Things happened then later. The negotiations and discussions went with the parish priest, and eventually I went to Alede. And all the time I was in Alede, St. Michael's, I was on government scholarship. My father didn't pay anything for my fees. He could not pay. My senior sister was already in Queen of Apostles College, Kakuri, Kaduna. And to even pay the half fees, which she had to pay, well, I knew how much my father struggled and how much my mother literally carried loads from one market to the other to make enough money to pay 12 pounds, 10 shillings.
Anyway, you ended up
all through the time I was in St. Michael's, Alede, the idea of being a priest was always in my mind. And I had mentioned it to my parish priest when I was finishing primary school. And I have the feeling now that my parish priest must have communicated this to the priest in charge of the college, so they kept an eye on me, because I know that somehow I got assigned to the sacristy. So I was always in and around the church. So I must say I thank them for helping me to buoy up the idea. Young boys at 14, 15, 16, 17, you do get crazy ideas. But strictly speaking, I never once wanted to be anything else but a priest. Yeah, I never felt attached to any girlfriend in any seriously emotional way. But as a normally growing up boy, you had friends, some boys, some girls, but that's about it. And why? Because I knew where I was going, the direction I was moving is going to be towards a priesthood that will be a celibate priesthood. So God prepared me for that. We could say too that at the end of the secondary school, it was also another turning point, not turning point, another decision point. Because at the end of secondary school, I did get a chance to go to King's College, Lagos, with Northern Region Government Scholarship. A lot of stories have been told about Sadana and my performances at the end of secondary school. The important point about this is that by December 1962, I was given admission to King's College, Lagos, to read maths, physics, and chemistry, because they are my best subjects.
For your advanced level?
They call it higher school certificate, HSC. But at that time, I asked myself, what do I want to do with my life? So I wanted to be a priest. I went to the bishop and told him that I have been given admission to King's College, Lagos, but actually I want to be a priest. What does he say? Should I go to King's College, Lagos, and later follow whatever instruction he gives me? And I knew if I went to King's College, Lagos, it was towards university. Personally, I wasn't worried that maybe I will lose my desire for the priesthood if I continued along those studies. I was not really thinking that I would lose my desire for the priesthood. But you never know. In any case, I was not feeling in any way attracted to continue along the secular life. Somehow, I wanted to, since I want to be a priest, I might as well start seriously. That's how the bishop told me, John, you want to be a priest? In that case, you're going to Bodija, St. Peter and Paul. And I said, what do I do about my scholarship to King's College? So you don't have to do anything. If they don't see you, they will know you are not coming. And that's how it all ended. I must say that the Northern government, Northern region premier at the time, Sadana Sokoto, was personally aware of this development. Rather unusual, because most people, if you got a scholarship to go to King's College, you ran for it. And he showed keen interest, wanted to find out what is happening. And he sent somebody to my village who met me, and I explained to him what was happening. And the man whom he sent, who was definitely a Muslim, listened to me very carefully and accepted my explanation, because I told him I want to go to the seminary because I want to serve my God. And he said, oh, you want to serve your God? God bless you. And I said, thank you, sir. That must be what he must have gone to report that to the premier, who himself also, since he takes religion seriously, was rather admired my decision, or the decision which God made me to take. That was way back in 1963. From that point on, it meant that the die is cast. Everybody now knows John is a seminarian. He wants to be a priest. And I came home on holidays dressed in white garment. And I myself knew that this is my objective. That's why I told you that the only thing I worked towards, the only ambition that I ever pursued seriously in my life, is to be a priest.
So on the 3rd of August, 1969, yes, your dream came true.
After spending 2.5 years in Ibadan and finished my studies of philosophy, my bishop, the same one who sent me to Ibadan, arranged for me to go to Rome, where I did 4 years of theology, along with other young people from all over the world, including Nigerians, many of whom are still my friends today. We finished our course and I came back home. In fact, when I was being sent to Rome in 1965, the only thing that my father requested of Bishop is that, Bishop, as you are carrying John to Rome now, please, when it is time for ordination, bring him back to us at home. And my bishop promised, Papa, and he kept his promise. And I was happy to come home for ordination, 3rd of August, 1969. It was at the dying moments of the Nigerian Civil War. Because as you know, in January the next year, after about 5 months, the war ended. Yeah. But that was the time, August 69 was a very bad time for the Civil War, because it was neither here nor there. The boundaries were shifting. The war was ended, was not ended, and a lot of avoidable tragedies was taking place. We thank God. the war was ended.
And I was wondering, I mean, how you were doing out there, knowing that people back home were in harm's way. Did it distract you from what you were doing?
No, for two reasons. First, I was far away, and I was busy preparing myself for the priesthood, and no amount of worries is going to make much impact at home anyway. But more seriously, on the other hand, you say, remember, I'm from Kaba, which means I was a northerner. My parents and my family was not in any harm's way. The war was not raging in our area. Rather, my colleagues and good friends who came from the heartland of Igbo land were constantly receiving bad news from home, and that obviously did not leave me in any way unconcerned. I shared and empathized with them. But you see, at that stage, we were students. We were not in a position to really become very much active in political discussion about secession or no secession. So we spent most of our time just praying for peace in our land.
So on the 3rd of August 1969, of course, you said, like Pope John Paul, baptism was the foundation of it all.
Yes.
But share with me how you felt that morning or that day that instead of John, you were now Reverend Father John Onayeko.
Don't forget that at least it was a 7-year journey, which means at every point along the long journey, with the steps that we took, and in those days we took actually 7 steps, because there were 4 minor orders and 3 major orders, which means we prepared our minds for it, prepared our heart for it, prepared our soul for it, and we knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew exactly what the bishop was going to say to me, and we also knew exactly what we expected from God that will happen to us. If that is what you're asking for, mainly that, with what mood did I take the wonderful work that God was doing in my life? It's like with an act of great thanksgiving to God, knowing that many of us started and didn't end it. And one thing I always thank God for is that I've always remained in that mood of gratitude to God. So much so that whatever may have been challenges, difficulties, contradictions along the line, I was always able to put them in my stride. In '69, at that time still, there were not too many Nigerian priests around. And priestly ordination was a national event. There were not too many ordinations. And in my diocese itself in particular, most of the priests in the diocese were Canadian, French-speaking Canadian missionaries who were working with us. So they were there. They were the ones there. The Nigerian priests we had in the whole diocese were just about 3 or 4 of us. Just about 2 or 3 or 4 of us. And so we moved among our people. We were able to say Mass in Yoruba for our people. We moved to I was very anxious. I was always very happy to relate with the younger generation, with the students in the secondary school, both the boys and the girls. And already at that time too, we got quite involved in political discussion. We were interested in the politics of the day. '69 was in the middle. There was military rule all around. And everybody, even already at that time, kept saying that the military rule had to end since the war was over. And so we're party to all those discussions.
Okay, I'll go back to 3rd of August 1969. I mean, if you look back, on that day, did you think that 40-something years after that you could be a cardinal? Did it ever cross your mind on that?
In 1969, there was one black cardinal in the whole Catholic Church, and he was Cardinal Rugambwa from Tanzania. And as a young priest student in Rome. We met him on a few occasions. With that kind of situation, it is not something you aspire to. You didn't expect that it would happen. And like I told you, after my priesthood, I didn't aspire to anything else, not even to being a bishop.
You just served God.
Just this, I knew that being a reverend father was already a great thing, saying mass for the people. I imagined too, I knew that I was more in the academic line. So I was thinking that I would probably either be teaching in schools or maybe end up in the seminary training priests. Eventually I ended up in the seminary training priests until I was called to become a bishop.
You've had quite a career in your chosen field. You've held position in the church, sensitive positions of authority in the church, but you've also held positions in the bigger church. At one time, you led the bishops in Nigeria. At one time, you led the Christian Association in Nigeria. At what point did, forgive me, this activism in quotes, at what point did it catch on? At what point did you feel you could do more, even outside your immediate environment?
It has always been clear in my mind that the priest must be a hardworking person. And by hardworking, I mean do all you can to serve the Lord Jesus, which means you don't ration your energies. Not because you are working towards a good recommendation from anybody, but simply the way I see, since I've decided to give my life to God, then you must spend your life for God. You can't say you gave me your life to God and then you are looking for an easy way. And it seems that simply doing my best must have drawn other people's attention. And it is the decision of others to either promote me and put me in a position. We take the case of even being the rector of a senior seminary at the age of 33. Some of my students were older than me. And the responsibility to train Catholic priests was given to me. In fact, the first such surprises I got was on the first anniversary of my priestly ordination. My bishop came to where I was a teacher of French and Bible knowledge in a town called Isalu, to tell me he is now moving me away and sending me to the junior seminary to be rector. 1 year a priest. I faced my bishop, a Canadian. I said, "Bishop, are you sure what you are saying? You mean you want me to be rector of a junior seminary, 1 year a priest?" He just told me, "John, you can do it. Go there." That's all I needed to hear. And that kind of surprise kept coming one after the other. If it comes to being president of the Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, they elected me. My colleagues said, "You do it." And I went and do it. And by the way, I led not only the bishops of Nigeria, I led the bishops of English-speaking West Africa, and led the bishops of the entire African continent, again, under being elected to the job. Put on top of that, various appointments. I feel like my mother, who on the day of my ordination as a bishop in Rome, she was there with my father. In the evening, we were eating supper. And my mother was not eating. And he was looking at me all the time. And I said, Ma'am, after some time, I had gone through, I was almost finishing my supper, and she was just playing with her fork and knife. So I said, "Mama, why are you looking at me like this? You are not eating." She said, "My son, I'm just thinking, I cannot believe that my own son is a bishop." Then I told Mama, I said, "Don't worry. You see, your son is still to get used to believing that he is a bishop.
So it was not just her.
Yeah, not just her.
That's overwhelmed.
Me too, I'm just trying to say, look at me here, look at me here, what am I doing here? You have several occasions when you find yourself in a forum and you look around you and say, oh, little me here. But you see, once I get there, I also am quite convinced that God brought me there, then I do my best.
I'll take you back because you could be referred to as the old generation. Today we have a lot of our priests angling to serve in the very prosperous parishes, angling for government appointments. Even in some areas, at the point you had to be asked to go and do some work somewhere in Imo State because priests were fighting and wanting to, who was going to be bishop and all that. Is this what it used to be? Was this learned along the way? Or is it the society affecting those that have decided to serve God? What is bringing all this kind of agitation? Because here you are telling me that after you became a priest, you served God, did your job, and these things fell on your lap, so to say, because of God's grace. But today we see priests and bishops angling and fighting for higher positions to serve the rich and not serve the poor.
One can answer that question in many ways. The first thing I would like to say, and I say it with all seriousness, is that whatever may be happening, whatever anybody may be doing, what a priest is and how he should behave, what a bishop is and what he should do is clearly laid out, and we all know it. They are laid out clearly. Our church does not leave room for confusion or say, I don't know what to do. No. We know what a priest is, what he should be, how he should behave. And obviously, we are all supposed to do our best to live up to that, to those ideals. Times are changing. The society in which we live is not particularly facilitative of a kind of zealous, clean, quiet life like in the days when we started. The situation around us was different. That does not in any way affect the first point I made. The ideals remain, while the conditions in the world around us will be changing. And the whole point, therefore, is that we should constantly measure our efforts and our lives against the ideal. We must also add numbers. Where you have 20 priests, maybe one or two may not be doing too well. And those one or two, you can ignore them. But when you have 100 priests, one or two becomes 10 or 20. And therefore, the negative dimensions begin to show up in a way that it was not showing up before. When I became a priest, there were no rich parishes. Every parish was poor. So there was no time to angle for anywhere unless you wanted to leave Nigeria and go somewhere else. Now we have big parishes, some rich, some not so rich, and because of that, the kind of condition is created for people to perhaps want to probably convince themselves that they are the best suited to take care of some very important aspects of the life of the church. Don't forget that a very rich parish just generally also include the rich people, which means, strictly speaking, if you are talking about the task that has to be done, you will say that the work of a pastor of a rich parish where ministers and permanent secretaries are worshiping is very serious. He's supposed to be able to guide and direct people at that level, and that this may not be what every priest can do. We try to consider all those also. So the society around is changing, and we also change with it.
You told me that growing up, you made up your mind, this is what I wanted to do, and you knew what were the peculiarities of the journey you were undertaking, like you were going to be celibate. Today, you see a lot of priests, or some priests, argue that ab initio, that celibacy was not part of the deal, that it was something that came at a particular time. And that also has not augured well for conduct of some in this very challenging call it profession. What kind of advice would you give to the younger priests and even those that are hoping to become priests?
No other advice than to say, be a man of your word. Be faithful to yourself. Those who say celibacy was not always in the church are not saying anything new. It is in history. We all know that. Even right now, as we are talking, there are parts of the church where there are married priests. We know that.
Catholic priests.
Catholic priests, but of a different rite. But apart from that, there are exceptional cases of Anglican priests who have become Catholics and who have been allowed to continue with you, who have been ordained priests in the Catholic Church, retaining their family. But those are exceptional cases. But if there is such exception, it means that it is not as if it is impossible. And theoretically, the law of celibacy could change. But that's not the issue. The issue is that right now there is a rule which is on ground, which has been made known to everybody concerned, and you embrace this job, this life, being told that this is the name of the game. These are the conditions. At any moment, you can opt out. At any moment. Whether many seminarians, midway along the line, suddenly discover that they just can't cope. And they leave the seminary, but no problem. It is generally not something that we look forward to when a young man, after ordination, begins to regret, why did I go into it? And as a result, begins to retrace his steps. That happens too. But I think we ought to know that when that happens, it is clearly a case of having made a serious mistake. And again, like I said, that is not what anybody really wishes for himself. We have had in the last decades many priests who have left the priesthood because they said, I cannot cope with it, which is right enough, right enough. If you are not able to cope, you can leave, but you don't have the right to say, because I cannot cope, the law is not good. No, you cannot make that judgment. For as long as there are people who are ready, and the church finds that a celibate priesthood is what is best in the best interest of the Catholic Church, those who are agreeing to it will be in it.
Your Eminence, I want to ask you a personal question. You're 70, and for 70 years you've been celibate. How have you managed?
How have I managed? The answer is very simple. Nobody takes this honor upon himself, except you are called by God. So you must rely on God's grace to help you and to keep you going. Let me say that it's not only we celibate people who have to make effort to live our lives with some amount of decency. Even married people too have to, if you are going to be a good Christian married person, faithful to your spouse and nobody else, surely you must make effort and rely on God's grace to make it possible.
You have remained a strident commentator on contemporary issues in our country. What would you say are the impediments to genuine national development in our country?
Consistency. I like to be seen as being a consistent commentator, that I have not been changing I don't change my story every day. because the stories that I carry are not of one party or the other, but rather of the principles that lead to a good human society. And those principles are valid every time, everywhere. And that is why, if you are pursuing those principles, you cannot have more than one language. Luckily, in my own case, I happen to be a bishop who is also a bishop of the Catholic Church. And my church has a whole body of teaching on these matters. So all I need to do is simply try and repeat and present to the people the teachings of my church, which we call the Catholic social teachings. That is what I have been doing all along, not alone, but with other Catholic bishops too. As you know, we do issue communiques at the end of our bishops' conference, and all of us issue those communiques on unanimity. Why are we able to be unanimous? Because we have a common point of reference. You see, you're asking, what do I see as the major obstacle? Yeah. Well, there will always be obstacles because the world will never be perfect. But at least we can do as much as we can to reduce especially avoidable suffering. Politics is about making our community better, not about making myself rich. I don't know whether Nigerian politicians really understand that. The second aspect is this whole issue of the dignity of the human person, which spells out into the fact that every human being, whoever he is or she is, whether he is Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, whether he is Catholic, Christian, Muslim, or so-called worshippers of our traditional gods, whether he is old or young, or even whether he is not yet born, it's in the womb, everybody has some kind of what you might consider basic dignity. This is why we insist that it is intolerable to have a country where a few people are very rich and don't know what to do with their money, are buying useless jets and parking them in airports at thousands of naira or dollars every day, while people are dying of hunger or dying of preventable disease. I hear that when some Nigerians, when their wife is pregnant, they parcel them up to America so that the child can be an American. In a situation where there are women who are dying in the maternity ward because they have been told to go and bring I don't know what that costs just 2,000 naira, and the husband cannot get the money to buy. Before he goes around and borrow left, right, and center, the wife is dead in the hospital. That should not happen. That should not happen, which means that the dignity of the human person means wherever, if you live in a country and there are human beings that are living below human dignity, it is a shame on me and on all of us.
As we are concluding our conversation, we've seen you go to great lengths to encourage coexistence of the religions. In very few sentences, how can we move it further in our country?
I have a strong personal conviction, which is also supported by the position of my church, that genuine religion has to do with God, and God is one. Therefore, the same God which we all worship, in which case we have a common ground. Secondly, that common ground is for goodness, is for peace, is for mutual respect, is for respect for human life. Whether you are a Muslim or you are a Christian or you are whatever, if you deny these things, whether by word or by action, you cannot claim that you are being religious.
The Pope says he's trying to bring the church to the people, to give the church a new meaning for the people. He doesn't want a rich church. He wants a church that touches
to heaven, leaving everybody else behind to hell. No, the church is a community of believers who have imbibed the message of Jesus Christ and who, through their lives, spread this message of God's goodness to the rest of the world. Which means, technically speaking, it doesn't mean that everybody must be a member of the church. But what it does mean is that everybody must see in us what it means to be children of God, whom God loves. Everybody must be able to see in us who are Christians the essence of the message of Jesus Christ, who carried his message so far that he was ready to die for it, and in fact did die. Now, what the Pope then says, therefore, is that we shouldn't waste too much of our time. Well, we shouldn't spend all our time only on what you might consider internal affairs of the church. And when you do that, you end up with all the quarrels, the kind of thing you mentioned before. Who is bishop, who is not bishop? It may be important who is bishop and who is not bishop, but at the end of the day, what is important is not who is bishop, who is not bishop, but whether the people are witnessing to the gospel.
What will John Cardinal Onayeko would like to be remembered for when you retire, so many years after you leave office?
And that will not be my headache. By the time I retire, before I die, my major problem will be how to get to heaven, because that's the last lap of the journey, of the long marathon.
But when you look back, what do you think, which principles have sustained you?
The principle of joy in the fact that God has called one to serve, and you do your best to do so, to serve God. And you can't serve God without serving your neighbor.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Chair, Mr. Ilo.
You've been listening to my conversation with John Cardinal Onayeko. I am Obiora Ilo from Abuja, Nigeria, thanking you for joining us.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, 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 and then everything continues to go bad.
Good morning, welcome. Today, of course, is Thursday, the 22nd of August, 2024. Good to have you. One of the things that I am following that really makes good sense, the state government, ENUGU state specifically, is doing something quite original, especially as it concerns this so-called criminal activities. Very recently, it started demolition of houses that kidnappers use for their hideouts. It's so crazy. It's a good thing, but one thing about that I don't get is a part of that particular story that gets me a little bit miffed and confused. That those who are owners of these houses, or those who maybe rent their houses, or those who are landlords, that we call it here in Nigeria, must by all means do it. When I even saw that that particular portion is actually in the ENUGU's criminal code law. Welcome everybody. This is Signature Morning.
Yes, and in as much as that is good, away from that, yesterday was Spoon Money Day. I hope you did give yourself a treat of ice cream. Just give yourself some nice treat of ice cream, be it Italian or Enugu made ice cream. It doesn't matter, so long it was a treat. And today, I would like to also remind us, today is World Plant Milk Day. Yes. Have yourself a nice, delicious milk that came from a plant, that comes from a plant. And also World Folklore Day is today. And National Be an Angel Day. So go be an angel somewhere. As we're going to exhibit angelic qualities during the morning show. We always do. We just come somewhat liven your day, liven up your day and make you smile at the end of the day, despite whatever it is that the country might be faced with. We do hope that you have a great day. I'm Chomalina, and this is still Signature Morning. Up next is the headlines. Yes, this is the Signature Morning, and this is newspaper headlines. And with our first newspaper headlines is Nigerian Tribune. And on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, we have Rivers Crisis. Damagun opens up on controversial letter to appeal court, with a rider replies Clark, says those asking him to resign are undermining party's neck. As main opposition inaugurates reconciliation disciplinary committees, I won't leave PDP. I will stay and fight Wike.
Above the mast, withdraw invitation to Ajero opposition. Lawmakers tell police. With the rider, say allegation unbelievable. Recipe for crisis. Don't silence labor leaders. See slack. Cautions police.
Withdraw invitation to Ajero opposition. Lawmakers tell police.
$500 million domestic bond. Investors' rights to assets, funds protected under law, says Edun. Still on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, Nigeria needs new mapping to address insecurity, says surveyors.
ENUGU government demolishes kidnappers' den, says more to go down.
Non-release of new minimum wage consequential adjustment causing anxiety, says Labour. With the riders, we have done our part. Finance Ministry, we are working on implementations. Wages Commission, payment of 70,000 naira will cause job losses, says CPPE. Organized private sector wants federal government to announce pledged supports.
I am not part of League of Northern Democrats, says Yakasai. And that's on page 2.
All right, we're moving over to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, PDP chair Wike tackle Clark as anti-Fubara plot thickens. With the rider, pro-Fubara, Wike assemblies hold parallel sessions, rumble in NWC over Rivers governor. I won't quit PDP, says Wike, as Ikimi heads disciplinary panel on ex-governors' anti-party cases.
And I think this is going to interest some people. On page 19, Dangote refinery reduces crude import from U.S. Reports.
Togo, Benin Republic, owe Nigeria $14 million for electricity, says the NERC.
It's good for a change. Someone is owing Nigeria. We've been owing everybody, for a breath of fresh air that we owe. Some people owe us. Oh, wow, amazing. Still moving on. Still in the Punch, government plans fresh $100 billion investment, and that's still on page 19.
Federal government hikes passport fees to 50,000 naira and 100,000 naira. So for those who are looking to Japa, you go nowhere.
Stay here. Like some coinage, one of the colloquials of Nigeria, we died. Okay. Federal government working to avert impending ASU strike. Ministry.
Government plans fresh $100 billion investments.
Moving over to the next daily, and that is Vanguard. Yes, on the Vanguard this morning.
Petrol scarcity worsens as marketers load at 780 naira to a litre, with the rider transport fares rise by over 200%. Transporters lament impact on business. Nigeria becoming a failed state, says Pengason.
And on page 6, just above the mast, hashtag end bad governance. CSOs berate federal government over prolonged detention of protesters without charges.
Still on the Vanguard, federal government increases international passport fees.
Police invitation to Ajero. More critical unions give strike notices with the rider as U.S.-based union petitions Nigerian embassy.
End bad governance. CSOs berates federal government over prolonged detention of protesters without charges.
Okay, this is very interesting. This particular one on page 9. Fake certificate. Uganda, Kenya rights jump. Demands students verification. How does that? Okay, we'll get to when we get to the review, we'll talk more on that.
Federal government finally criminalizes vandalism of telecom facilities in new gazettes. Makes sense.
Okay, moving over to Daily Trust.
Okay.
And on the Daily Trust this morning, airstrikes killed 5 Boko Haram commanders in Borno, NAF, says that. With the rider, terrorists slay many miners in Niger. 3 soldiers, 15 bandits die in Plateau raid.
PDP crisis. If I open up, it won't be pleasant, says Damagom.
Abducted Sokoto district head dies in captivity.
New Northern Group to meet leaders over region's problems.
Ribadu El Rufai Tambuwal meet at Atiku's residence in Abuja.
Federal government hikes passport fees. Practically everything is on the hike. I'm wondering what thing has actually come down since this government took over office. Everything practically, from gari to rice to beans to tomato, everything is just on the rise. I wish that at some point we would have headlines like federal government slashes the price of rice. Or something that every
Yam
common
is
man
now
can,
sold for 100 naira per tuber. That would
100 naira per tuber.
Yes.
100 naira.
Yes. So I'm saying one of the headlines.
I'm thinking it's probably the seed you're talking about.
Why are you? I thought we were being optimistic. Charles, let's place our focus, like some people would say. And Kano Anti-Graft Agency probes 660 million fresh water contracts scam. Okay, we're moving over to Daily Times.
Okay, on the Daily Times.
Yes. Tinubu family has mortgaged future of Nigerians. Atiku, with a rider, says Nigeria rapidly transforming into a government of Tinubu, by Tinubu, and for Tinubu.
Above the mass, federal government hikes in... I don't know why I'm the one always reading it, but maybe you should take this part.
Maybe because you're looking at Charles. This federal government is seeing it. They've sifted it to your mind, and you need to know this.
I don't know why I'm the one reading it. Why would it be me reading it?
Don't jump back.
At least you should read part one of it, so that it will look like I'm highlighting it.
Okay, Nigeria needs new mapping to address insecurity. Surveyors.
Pengasson vows to end scourge of crude oil thefts.
Again, Chinese firm seizes sets to sell Nigeria's UK properties over $70 million award. With the rider promises transparency in sale of the properties due to keen public interest of Nigerians. I don't understand. Now they've moved beyond seizure. It's now sale. And they're saying is it possible they are saying that since Nigerian governments won't be transparent enough to Nigerians, we're going to be transparent with the sale?
I mean, the court awarded them that amount of money, I think 75 million, and so in damages. So they're trying to raise the monies. They seized 3 planes, but they released 1 to the president. 2 is still in their custody. Yeah. So now they are moving towards, seizing other properties. There are other countries. In fact, they mentioned 10 countries where Nigerian properties are located that they will start selling. I'm even shocked. This is even much more than just embarrassing. You go and start selling a country's assets and put it on eBay. I don't get it. It's shocking.
That's why I said, there's something I said yesterday. There's some things that we shouldn't just be overlooking. Nigerians will overlook a lot of things, and the country, as if we're in a state of, it's becoming more dilapidated, like a building construction. Anyway, we're moving over to the Nation, and on the Nation, scheme to eliminate trade bottlenecks rollout.
I've seen that you keep jumping this particular headline. Okay.
I actually didn't even see them. Okay. I don't see it.
It's okay.
It's as you mentioned it now. Okay, so I guess we'll move over to Daily Independent. And on the Daily Independent this morning, Nigerians' future mortgaged by Tinubu family associates. Tinubu. Atiku says.
Atiku had a meeting in this house, and
with
I think El-Rufai...
Ribadu was there. Tambuwa.
Ribadu cannot be there.
He was there.
But he was there but I'm not sure that he was there in the capacity of the government of the day.
I don't know, but he was there, and Tambuwa was there. I don't have a mic to them, so...
Okay. But Ribadu is still the National Security Advisor, right?
Well, he can actually expect anything.
Okay.
I hope he's there. Now there's a question. Is he there as an ally of Atiku or as a spy for Tinubu?
So that's why I still think maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't there. Okay, if you say he was there, fine.
That was what the headline said.
Okay, Atiku, Ribadu, everybody was there. No problem. I mean, Ribadu could be Ribadu of somebody else.
Ribadu Charles was Okay. Rivers local government elections won't hold. Embattled Okocha boosts.
Wow. UNICEF decries diversion of supplements meant for children in Sokoto.
Wike, PDP crisis. Wike vows to remain in party and fight to the last. Declares park and pay scheme illegal in FCT.
Tinubu's renewed hope agenda boosting Nigeria's economy. That's Bagudu.
Despite court order, APC sacks Benue Escos, raises 7-man CTC.
Okay, this is looking like what I predicted earlier. Prices of Gary, tomatoes, others drop in Anambra, Ebonyi, and Enugu.
We need to enter the market to confirm this.
No, I think there are specific places they mentioned.
No,
it's not like
but
everywhere.
people in Enugu should enter the market, and please confirm it. I need a confirmation by today. That's why we'll have a comment session.
Go confirm. What will you be doing?
So I will also check.
Which market will you be going to?
One of the markets. I would disclose so that, you know, in case it's a manipulation, they won't see me coming. Tinubu okays takeover of the Hatu Araf Specialty Hospital by federal government.
Okay, that's it on the headlines and the dailies. It's time for the review. And we have with us live in the studio, Mr. Law Ibenyewa. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
I'm happy to see you.
Thank you. Shoma, how are you doing?
We actually, it's been a long time. It felt like last year that you were that city.
Let's not count.
Okay. It's, you know, sometimes I use this word, is upon us. Nigeria is upon us. And let's start with actually the fact of the drop. Somebody might be like, why do you always, yes, it's what concerns Nigeria, the drop in food prices.
This is the season for food to drop.
Harvest.
That is harvest. I mean, it's nothing to be excited about. When you show excitement is when you compare the price at this time and the price at this time last year. Year on year, you can now begin to be excited. Naturally, why shouldn't there be vegetables in the market now? Why shouldn't there be? This is a harvest.
It's cheaper.
Yes, they
That's
should be more cheaper now.
Okay.
So it's not. Well, it's good news, but it's not very strange.
Okay.
I think it's expected.
So, like you say, we just owe this to the harvest and the season. All thanks to God.
If you go to the market now, you see these new tubers. Yes. I bought about, not that they are cheap. Oh,
really? How much is it?
I bought a tuber of yam. Let me say about 5,000 naira.
5,000?
Yeah,
one tuber?
Yes.
Wow.
And I had to bargain to be able to. So really, this is harvest season. Ordinarily, food should be cheaper now.
But you did mention you had to bargain to get it at 5,000. So that means
it's not on the size. So, but I don't know how you got to own at 100 naira or you.
No, she was predicting
that into the future that we are looking at buying a tuber of yam for 100 naira. Actually, I knew when it was bought for.
That should be miracle.
50, 100. I think I was born in this life.
Don't expect that again.
Just
like telling us that those are the $1 getting back to 100 naira.
No, I'm not even looking at $1 for 100. I'm looking at like $100 for 1 naira. Something like that will be good, or at least $2 for 1 naira.
You must belong to the cartoon world.
Why?
I was thinking year on year, like you mentioned profoundly, year on year, a tuber of yam is sold for 5,000 naira today. Last year, by this time, a tuber of yam wasn't sold at 5,000.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's where we shouldn't be excited. Things are still, the price are still skyrocketing. I mean, the market survey they painted to us, it's just a market survey they just did at this peak of harvest season. That's why I say it's nothing to be excited about because it is much lower by this time last year. Yes. Which shows that things are still on the high side. Yeah, true. That's what I'm trying to make. Yeah. So to me, it's not good news. I mean, it's not good news. Okay. Because yam shouldn't be selling as high as it's selling now.
Shouldn't
be. Even the beans, with the items they mentioned, check the prices at this time last year.
Last year,
Or
yes.
even, yeah, that's
Yes.
how you know if it is
Compare.
Or even December period that things actually
no,
skyrocket.
just the same period.
Yes.
The same period last year. That's how we're able to get at where it is falling or it is
Yes.
rising.
You're
Okay.
right.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
really.
okay, we're that's why I said we're hoping that it's a season, and beyond the season that it will keep depreciating. I mean the prices. Now, Atiku is saying that Nigeria is fast transforming from government of the people, for the people, and by the people to government of Tinubu, by Tinubu, for Tinubu. You know that Tinubu's family has mortgaged the future of Nigerians. What's your reaction or take on that?
I plead to be excused from going into that story, really. Because everything about the president is raising doubts about whom he really is. You remember there was a time that a government delegation traveled to one country, and then the son of the president was there, and he was even the protocol arrangement. The son appeared even before the high government functionaries. So if somebody who is not a minister or a government functionary, it is what Atiku is saying. I mean, let me not go into investments that have been linked to your family. So these things are not good to hear about somebody who calls himself a Democrat. You are, for goodness sake, throwing protocol, throwing decency to the dustbin. Please, let's go to another.
No, but again, I just wanted to say, because again, he has completely, continuously said, even from his family members, that he's not out to take Nigeria's money. He's a trillionaire even before he became president. He felt like everything Lagos almost belongs to him. So you wonder, for this man who is this rich, who is this? So
he wants to create no trillionaires apart from himself. Who has ever been contented with?
No, I mean, do you know the resources in Lagos alone? Lagos can actually be built to be a country, in a country. But there are resources there. We know that he has some sort of, relationship within that sphere, that political sphere. And for crying out loud, if it is money that is his problem, if you want to create another trillionaire, why don't you do it in that Lagos, rather than now pushing it further, and trying to use a national resources and channel it to just one face?
Primary economics told us that human needs are insatiable. And the truth is that even when he gets all these trillions, he wants to create other trillionaires. Are you getting
that Lagos is not enough?
It may never be enough. Why was he so desperate to become Nigerian president? You think it's just to come and serve Nigeria, that's why he was desperate, and the Milocom came up.
At that age?
Yes, I beg we go to another topic.
Okay, Wike actually says in FCT that pack and pay system is illegal. We also, there are speculations that such pack and pay, especially in Lagos, was something that was instituted by the head of the government of the day in Lagos, what we call Agberus, and now Wike of FCT, the minister for FCT, is saying that is illegal. So is the government sort of contradicting themselves?
The Wike I know, there is more to what is telling us than we are seeing. The Wike I know. Somebody somewhere may have offended him. Maybe somebody somewhere may not have danced to his tune on this matter. I will beg again. The issue is that how did it come about? How did that policy come about? Was it not government instituted?
It was.
It was. So why is he suddenly finding fault in it? Maybe he wants to institute his own system that he will also benefit from. I doubt if it's not the case.
All right. Coming down to Enugu State, the Enugu State government started demolishing homes that are used for kidnapping, hideouts. Some people say it's a commendable thing, but some others are saying that this other leg of the story that says that if you're a landlord and you rent your apartments to kidnappers, and they found out that place is used for hideout, that either the government takes the property or they demolish it. How did that come to you?
I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, you people are much younger. You know, in the era of coups in this country, the matter that you had that coup is being planned or plotted, that you had, or that somebody who planned it had a contact with you some years back, months back, you are culpable. I'm coming. The point you're making is that if somebody lives in my house and is established to be a criminal or a kidnapper, I'm culpable. That is why you have to do due diligence in somebody who comes to rent your property. You do due diligence. That's what government is asking for.
See, in doing due diligence,
yes.
I mean, these people come in different shades and forms. If you come to my house or rent my apartment, the best I can ask you is show me that you work this place, show me who you are, and if you can get anything. You can get an ID card, you can print an ID card, you can create anything and show me, and I wouldn't know that you are actually not that particular.
That is not due diligence.
No, hold on. Even at that, you will now go further and want to go and check. And maybe you will find out that this person works in this particular place. At the end of the day, this person turned out to become a criminal within the time frame. You come and blame me.
Charles,
you take my property.
If my property has been used to commit as a hideout or as a den of criminals, I should leave the place to be continued to be used for that purpose?
Of course not.
Yeah.
If you've caught this person,
yeah,
this particular property is used for this, call the landlord to question, hold the criminal. But I don't know if I go through that stress, making monies, and then build a house that I'm renting out, and all of a sudden, the property is taken away from me because somebody whom I had given my house to after doing my due diligence. Because of course you're going to ask me if I did my due diligence. I'll tell you yes, I did. I asked for this. Look at it, and I also did this and this. So
Charles,
you can come and start
I think what Lawrence is saying is
my
that you should do a follow-up.
Hold on, let me finish. You cannot tell me that after all of that, you will now take away my property because the person used the property to commit crime.
In the case in point, I think that they went there, they saw kidnappers in that same place, they saw other properties maybe linked to the kidnap in that same place, so they should just arrest the man, and the next day they bring other kidnap victims into the same location. Well, it may be draconian, but I'm just thinking that it requires us to do much more than we are doing. That's what landlords. I think. As landlords, as landlords, yes, people who give up property, even as co-tenants. Let's try to know who is this my neighbor, who leaves every morning and comes back. Who leaves every night, comes back in the morning, leaves every night, comes back in the morning. We should, of course,
it could work in a hotel. It could be a night shift.
I'm not saying
it could be a security guard.
So we also do night. Yes, if you do diligence, you find out where do you work, that you come back by this time. Even if you don't ask questions around, you get information. That's about community policing. We should all be involved in reducing crime. Crime is getting out of hand in this country. It's getting out of hand. People, okay, what of those people whom they kill? They're talking about property that is demolished. What of lives that have been lost? People have been killed. People have been maimed I mean, I'm not saying government should be draconian, but it expects us to do much more than we are doing, in terms of if you see something, say something. That's it. See something, say something. Otherwise, we continue to go the way we are going, and it's not good enough.
Okay. Driving into another bit, Lawrence, on Monday, sometime this week, the president flew to France with the new presidential jet. Let's not go into the presidential jet. Now, we're believing, a lot of Nigerians were hoping that flying was to go and mediate and settle the issue with the French court, and now we're hearing that Nigerians' assets, properties are about to be auctioned.
Yeah.
And like Charles did mention, on eBay. So at what, is it that he didn't go for this that Nigerians were speculating that he was going for, to attend to the court matters? Or was it an oversight? At what point haven't we gotten to agree with these Chinese people so that they don't have the authority they are exercising over Nigerians' property? I did mention the other day, I said, is it possible that Nigeria doesn't belong to us? Are you sure Nigeria is still Nigeria? Like, owned by Nigerians? Or do we have another name elsewhere that we don't even know, and we're just existing in someone's island, so, or someone's country? So what would have brought about this? Or what's your take on this matter?
Are you advocating for Nigerian government?
I'm advocating for the people.
When you do things here, you get away with it. The world is a global village. There are things we can do here and we get away with it. We do it elsewhere. And that's what the Chinese are telling us. You know, there was a time that the former governor of Delta State, Ibori, was tried here for over several crimes. Within months, he was jailed elsewhere because that is where the law works. That is where the judicial system works. So I'm not holding brief for Nigerian government. They know what they have done. Let them come out clean and say what they have done. China cannot just begin to clamp down on your property for nothing.
To the point of selling.
What? Just like you go to the bank, you take a bank loan, and you use this phone, this expensive phone that belongs to Charles as a collateral. If you default, they will clamp on the phone and sell it to recover their money. Yes. It's as simple as that. Yes. You are indebted to China, and China has taken grip of your property, and they will auction and make their money. If you think they are not doing the right thing, follow it up.
But again, one part of that discourse that everyone is also talking about is the fact that Benga Daniel, who was the governor at the time, is in the Senate right now and has been speaking about this particular matter. He's asking the federal government to continue the negotiation and should let it be. Why is it that security agencies have not called this man to account for these things that he did, the signing that he did with the Chinese firm? And then I heard the federal government through the Minister of Information saying that states should be circumspect with the kind of things that they sign with foreign companies, that these things are not communicated to the federal government, stating clearly that the federal government isn't aware of this kind of agreement signed by the state government. Shouldn't the state government be paying for it?
I don't agree. The much I know, before these things happen, there must be federal government involvement. You know, when things happen like this, everybody wants to
save face.
Save face. I don't think that federal government is not involved. Most of the loans are taken by state governments, they are guaranteed by the federal government.
Most of them. So not
ordinarily, all of them should be. All of them should be, unless you cut corners. Ordinarily, no sovereign nation can give you loan without the federal government getting involved in it, because that is the government is the eventual guarantor. Yes. At the end of the day. So I don't believe that the federal government is not involved in this deal. I don't believe. I may be proved wrong.
Well, it's a new government, so they would be thinking.
The government is a continuum. There's no government is a continuum. You start from where the other person left. So
I don't even know the amount that.
This is just tell us how things happen in Nigeria. It's good that it's happening. Let us know the kind of government we have in this country. Previous, present, incoming. It will continue. I mean,
because Lawrence, I want to ask a question. Is it possible for me to give collateral? You have a plot of land, and I'm going to use it as collateral for, say, a car I want to purchase, without your knowledge, and I'm obviously going to submit the papers of your land to them, to the people I'm buying car from. Without your knowledge, is that possible?
Whose knowledge now?
I mean, is it possible to use your land as collateral?
Use the issue we're talking about.
Okay, so is it possible to use Yes. Is it possible to use Nigerians as in Nigeria's properties and private presidential jets as collateral without the presidency being aware of it? Is a simple truth that I think we just need to...
It's an illegal termination of the contract. It was terminated illegally. So they went for, they asked the court to grant them all of the issues regarding the faults from the Nigerian side. No, it's not like there's a collateral
that's the aspect we are even ignoring. This is a court pronouncement.
Yes.
It's a court pronouncement. You can't sit here and override what a court has said. The Chinese government is only carrying out a directive of the court. In fact, they're only executing what the court has told them to do. So why are you don't whip so much?
It's not a matter of collateral. There's no collateral to it. It's just that
it's a judgment.
Judgment. So at what point would a French government issue such? Because you can't.
It's not a French government.
Cannot,
it's a French court. It's a French court, and
French
it's a company. It's a Chinese company. You know, that is involved with the state government of Ogun State.
So are you trying to say that this is more complicated than we thought? We think it's
not Chinese government. It's not Chinese government. It's not like
I did not say Chinese government, but it's French.
That's what I'm saying. It's not French government. It's a court in France.
Okay. So what rights do they have? Because for them to be able to do this,
challenge what they have done now. There are systems of challenge.
After the assets have been sold on eBay.
But
it's on auction. They are threatening to sell it.
Nigeria is not a child. Nigeria is a sovereign government. They know what to do. Or what you want to handle the case for them.
Well, if they bring it to my table, I might
maybe you are asking for that. You are advertising to do the job.
No, I'm not advertising. I'm just trying to say the mind of the people. Because
which people?
Nigerian people, of course.
Is that what they told you to say?
Oh, God. See, well, I believe you're Nigerian, and I know you're patriotic, Lawrence. And with the advent of this, you wonder what is the mind of the government concerning the people. Did we talk about a renewed hope agenda? Is this part of the
Is this the only issue we have to discuss today?
It's a prevalent issue. It's prevalent. You can't. Do you know that other countries? Do you know that other countries make reference? Okay, we talked about the fact that graduates have unqualified certificate. Now, a Ugandan government, Uganda and Kenya, is asking JAMB. JAMB is something done in Nigeria to certify. They are fake certificates. How does that concern? Do you understand? So it's how we are seen in the international world. That's what matters here. It's beyond. It's beyond the stable. I know it's beyond the stable.
Thank God you know.
It's terrible.
It is.
Terrible.
But remember, there was a time even Nigerian government was questioning certificates obtained from other countries. Remember, not long ago, from other African countries. So to go to that issue of certificate verification. So this is, we should be more sincere in what we do.
Yeah, the rise of fake degrees in national universities. I mean, it's as if it's a normal thing these days. People go into the school, just get monies as little as even 1 million, 1.5. You just buy a certificate. We hear that some of these things are prevalent more in federal and private universities. You know, and people run with these certificates. That's why sometimes when you want to even employ people, some cannot even write an application. You know, so has this for you? Has it come to a menace point?
Is there anything worse than menace? Is there any other word that can be better than that? It has gotten to that. It has gotten to that. Sincerely, you know, just like every day we hear about ASU, all these universities and so on, and the decadence in these institutions, the poverty level, of the lecturers and so on and so forth. Nothing justifies corruption. Nothing justifies illegality, but I think there are things that government can do to make things better. If you are owing somebody 8 months' salaries, at a point it came out to 3.5 months or so, they are still being owed some percentage of the salary. And in fact, that says Helen I saw about government saying they will intervene and not allow us to go on strike again. These things have effects. Somebody who is hungry can do anything. Once again, I'm not justifying anything. But if students who are not able to read and come to school and they have come with money, and you are you cannot pay your house rent, and says, okay, you say, oh, my house rent is taken care of, my feeding is taken care of, come over and let's do the deal. But these are things, if ordinarily these lectures are properly paid, catered for, they may not they may be disincentive to go into that. I'm not justifying it. I will not do such. But the point that let us begin to make things well in this country. Just like we were saying the other time, is there anything that at a time that we say that here price of this has come down? We talked about the immigration stuff, the passport thing. Why is it that why must Nigerians die over everything? Electricity tariff is up, fuel price is up, everything is up. Who are paying all those things? And you think that somebody who has a way to get something elsewhere, he will not do it. Because the state is not fair to you. The state is dealing with you. So I will keep saying nothing justifies evil. It is bad. But the government is taking people to do such things, and even worse, and even more. We are talking about education. Go to another sector and you find out. There was a time somebody called me to come and bail him out from one court. Do you know, Charles, that from the clerk to every human being before that guy, you have been released though. There's nobody who did not. Everybody involved in that case was collecting money and money and money before to leave that guy. Even the prison said they have to bring money for fuel. You are driving a prison car, prison vehicle to bring him from the prison to the court. That is the way. That is the first day I worked for this country. Every human being in that sector, every human being, and it is happening like that everywhere. So the system does not favor anybody.
What's your rejoinder as regards, like you slightly mentioned, the hike in passport? Why do you think the federal government is taking making that move to hike passports? As the
spokesman of the president or
as a Nigerian,
you know,
because you've been here for many decades, and I believe you understand the system, and maybe sometimes they want to make a move like chess.
Maybe I run the system. So the truth is that, like we keep saying, must we die in this country? Passport should be a fundamental right of anybody. So, you know, government, because they don't know how to run the economy and make things and create productivity, they feel that the easiest way is to get money from people. We don't, like people talking about Japa syndrome. Everybody wants to travel. And that thing will not discourage people from traveling now. It will not. That is only 5,000 naira difference or whatever. So, but it shows you that how uncaring our government has become. How uncaring. Maybe it may be even a way of discouraging people from travel. Like I said, it can't stop anyone from traveling. So that's the system we have found ourselves. Must we keep increasing price of everything? People went from protest over subsidy, over electricity tariff, over INEC. Which of them have been addressed? All those things that make us to go on the streets and protest. Has any of them been addressed? Has any of them been addressed by this government? I have listening ears. I have heard your cry. I have heard you. What did you do about any of those things that took people to the streets?
The National Assembly members said they have slashed their salaries.
What is salaries? What is salaries? What is the slashing by? The humongous thing they take away is the allowance. All those things. They are in millions. Let's not go there, please.
Terrible, really terrible. Speaking about security in Enugu, I mean, the Enugu state government is matching actions with words, giving what it's doing with demolition of these hideouts. If you want to chronicle security or insecurity in the state, I don't know how you will score it, because if you look at the last few weeks, you can pinpoint certain things that happened. The killing of policemen at Four Corner. We have also seen other, pickpocketing here and there. And I don't know what your assessment is with security in Enugu State. We've also reported a case in Nimbo, the killing of 4 persons in Nimbo axis, the one in Adani. So you
the
wonder
one in
Oji River, of course, the abduction that happened in the Oji River. The guests we had yesterday said that they have just been released as of yesterday, and they were young girls who are teenagers. So I'm just wondering, how do you describe the security situation in Enugu State? Where do you think we're getting it better? Is it better than what we used to have under the last administration?